Good morning. Today is June 12th, 2024. The time is now 9 a.m. I'm Kevin Day, Chair of the Custer County Board of Commissioners. I will call this meeting to order. If you do have your cell phones, if you could silence them at this time. And I think I don't know if I remember to do mine or not. And Lucas, could you lead us in the pledge, sir?
Sure. Please join me in the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sir. And join me for the invocation, please. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning, Lord, and we thank you for the beautiful day that it is, and for this place that you've given us to live and to work. We ask, Lord, that as we come together here today to do the business of the county, that you would be with us. We ask for your guidance, for your wisdom, for your direction. Lord, we just thank you and we praise you. We just pray this all in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Kelly, could we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Day.
Present.
Commissioner Kanda.
Here.
Commissioner Epp.
Present.
County Attorney Dan Slater.
Here.
And Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper present.
All right, thank you. And audience introductions. Mr. Christie, we'll start with you.
Bill Christie, former county employee.
Clyde Butler, Report Manager. James Gilbert.
Cliff Brown. Jim Shapland.
All right, thank you. And there's a couple of people online as well. If someone goes to speak later, if you could identify yourself for the record, I'd appreciate that. The amendments to the agenda.
And from me, yes, I'd like to bring finance up at the first of staff reports. Lisa's should be online. Lisa
Yes,
Hamon from Redlands. Her and Vernon are gonna tag team that report.
Okay, I'm good with that.
And then,
Think about it for a second. People had the agenda, may come in later to hear it. Something to think about. She is it hard for her?
I do, but they're both still helping the auditors, so I didn't want to take up a bunch of their time waiting through the meeting to give the report.
For her to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's.
So anyway,
Probably okay.
I would be good with it, I think.
Okay.
See what they go
Most
on.
people are here for the duration.
I'll be here, I mean,
But,
online.
No, I've noticed most
Are
of
they?
them are
Okay.
usually
Cool.
here for the
Fine.
duration. So I would not say all,
I'm
but
just saying
most.
that's an important report everybody cares about. Right.
okay. And then recycling will be written only, and the IT one will be written only. So
Okay. Said IT and recycling.
yes, sir.
Okay.
And landfill.
And
Oh, that's right. Okay.
And I don't. Extension, she said she wasn't gonna be here and she did not send in a report either, so. I don't think there'll be anything there.
you got all the others?
Yeah, I sent them all to you about 8:40,
Yeah.
the full pack.
Thank you. Okay. Have the minutes from June 5th.
I move that we approve the minutes from June 5th.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor to approve the minutes from June 5th. Any comments or discussion on those?
No.
Okay. Those in favor of approving the minutes from June 5th, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Commissioner items, Commissioner Kanda.
I don't have anything new since the last time I talked to you. to bring up.
Commissioner
Schedule of meetings, so June 19th, the meeting will be in Wetmore. This will be one of the last 3 this year. They're scheduled every other month now from June, August, and then October. Typically the 3rd Wednesday of the month. So next week, June 19th in Wetmore. And then there will be no meeting the last week of this month due to the election and scheduling conflicts. I'll be out from Wednesday afternoon, Thursday and Friday for continuing education, so I won't be around here those days. And then the auditors are working from their office on our stuff, and they will have a possible return date of the first week in July. So those first few days right before the 4th. So they'll probably come in Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday is what they're looking at right now.
Okay, good.
Looks like we're on schedule for our submittal date.
Possibly, but I was warned that they could possibly be asking for an extension
Can't make July 30.
for a week or two. I want to put together a good product. Last year they came in August 6th and they didn't get the audit all done before we filed it September 31st. So they want to give us a good audit, so it'll take the time that it takes. And they thought that he didn't want to promise us the 31st of July, and he said it's not a problem filing for an extension. Only those government institutions that don't actually file don't get an extension the next year. So
I thought the rule was if you had an extension filed the year before, you couldn't file an extension. Where I got that.
I don't know
Or
either.
if you had a,
I talked to him about that and
Okay.
clarified that, and he says, no, it's only if you don't file. Like if we would have not filed last year, we wouldn't have been able to get an extension this year.
and even if we were found the first time we had a finding,
Qualified opinion.
right, so, and that still didn't.
And he doesn't think we'll have one this year.
No, I didn't say we would, I thought if you had a qualified opinion, you couldn't file an extension, maybe, I don't know.
No, that's what he told me.
Okay,
So,
as long as he doesn't get us in trouble.
no, I don't think so. And he says it might just be a week or two into August at the most, so. But he wanted to give us a better product than what he had the time to give us last year.
Okay, double check that, because I was beating my chest hard because I had understood that we only had
Okay.
until the 1st of September or whatever. it was.
I'll double check again with him this week.
1st July, end of July, yeah.
So,
So, yeah, and one of my conversations with him was, by the time we had that and started on our issues, 23 was already, for all intents and purposes, said and done, so before we could ever start addressing anything, so thank you for that.
Yep.
Anything else?
no, that's it.
I did get the mini grant submitted to UACOG. If that goes through, we would be able to get a reimbursement up to $5,000 on that equipment
Okay.
for Wetmore. And
This is for the playground equipment.
that's for the playground equipment. I've been trying to reach out. I've been playing phone tag with the gentleman from the playground equipment to find out if that one piece is still available or not. And I will come and let you guys know what I find out when I do get with him.
Is that a next year grant? That'd be a fiscal 25?
That will actually come in this year. So it's probably be available for reimbursement starting next month. As soon as it goes through the COG board and gets approved, it's got to be approved through DOLA and then the COG board.
Okay.
And then I would like to have us I'm wanting to set up a workshop. I have gotten a hold of, that's the one note I did not have with me. The gentleman's name from the,
Matt Crane.
yes, and they are available to meet in person with us. That I would like to set up a workshop. They would like to come and present to us and the public. They will take questions from us, and if we have some, we'll do like what we did before and put out questionnaires for questions from the audience.
Better make it clear to everybody who you're talking about,
This
because Matt
is-
doesn't mean anything to anybody.
Okay, this is on the election integrity. This is the information from the clerk, the head of the Clerks Association. He's bringing the county clerk with him from
Welcome.
Weld County and also someone from the Secretary of State's office.
What's his name?
Matt Crane.
Crane?
MATTCRANE.
And that will be, I have Lang Hall available, and that is, what's today's date? This is the 12th. That is the 17th for 5:30. So I would like to set that.
I have a dental appointment at 2.
So this is, that's the date that they could be here, so.
They worked it differently. At what time?
That would be 5:30 again, just like the last one. That will also be available over Zoom.
Do they need the IT equipment to be able to put on?
Yes.
Okay.
So I don't know if you would like to get with IT or if you want me to touch base with them or.
No, I'll talk to them about making it so that whatever's presented on their computers can go to the Zoom.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd like, that was a little inconvenient last time where the people online couldn't see what was on the screen.
Yeah, it needs to be done.
So that will be the 12th at 5:30.
17th.
And I will touch base with,
It's the
17th.
it's not today. I said, I looked at the calendar once and saw 12, and that's at 5:30. And I will reach out to Rich as well. And for full transparency, I will make my other phone call just to make them aware, and I've already told Rich that the other day.
Rich,
Our sheriff,
Sheriff Rich.
yes. I should have stated that, I apologize. Then the ad for the sale of the property, I was contacted by the Tribune. We missed the last week's edition on that advertisement. And then it was sent to him as a, not as a legal, and he said he would print it as illegal just to save us some money on that. But had a question as to whether we were gonna keep the same dates or not, but I don't think we have to have it for 2 weeks on that, so I think we can keep the same open dates.
I don't think so.
So I touched base with Dan, and he thought we could keep those.
What's the ending date? Everybody knows.
We were going to open
On the 19th.
on the 19th and make a decision on the 26th as we're off.
So that'd be down in Wetmore.
Yes.
Yeah, when we open it, yeah. Yes, sir.
So I think your ending date was on Tuesday.
Yeah.
Before, the day before.
So we could make the decision on the 19th.
Okay,
Yeah, that's right.
and that's all that I have.
So the posting should say submitted before on the 18th. Is that right?
I
Yeah,
believe it does.
submitted by the 18th.
So just a note on that, they don't let you ran once here. Okay, that's all I have. Dan, do you have anything for us, sir?
Yes, a couple of things. I attended the county attorney's conference last week in Breckenridge. That was my first one. Well, actually, it was my second one. I attended one for DHS a few years ago. And it was very helpful, I thought, very good. Just to kind of connect with all the other county attorneys and put faces to names and things. My contract calls for, the county only pays for my lodging. They don't pay for any mileage or anything else when I go up to those, but my contract says that it's every other year. I may ask that you guys make that every year, but we'll talk about that next year. And maybe we can split that between DHS or something, because the conference covers both, like general stuff here and as well as DHS stuff on a separate track, but at the same time. I sent you all an email. We're going to have a discussion of the subdivision moratorium on the agenda for next week. I'll look for some direction from you on that, but we'll need to adopt a resolution at the first meeting in July to kind of address that.
So you're gonna draft up a resolution so we can.
I'm not going to have a draft for you. What I want from you next week is to kind of have a discussion about what you want in a resolution, and then I'll work with Keith on putting together the wording. Keith will be here next week as well to discuss what he thinks we need.
So down in Wetmore, we'll have a discussion.
Yeah.
That's good. We need that. That was.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. And it's not an issue. I don't think that we'll be adopting a resolution after July 1st. The original moratorium was adopted in August, even though it took effect in July. So I think we can adopt a retroactively. Yeah, we're still good. That's all.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mike will not have anything for us today. I'll just give a quick update. He is home. His wife is home and doing some better. Still in a lot of pain, I believe. Treasurer's report.
So I want to draw your attention to the landfill expansion 19. That only has 21s and 22s dollar per cubic yard. So $1 from every cubic yard, based upon a resolution, was to go into this fund for landfill expansion. So 23's amount has not been put in there. We'll probably transfer that next week in our budget amendment resolution that we do. That'll be transferred out of general fund and transferred into this account. And it'll be probably roughly about the same as the last 2 years, about $40,000. So that'll keep in keeping with our resolution.
I guess that should have happened sooner, but that we didn't have anybody at that time. But
I was thinking that we did because we do that as a fund transfer, and I thought we did that in January or February, so maybe it just didn't happen on CIC.
Okay,
So let me look.
okay,
Or it could have happened because we
I'll check
didn't
on
have a
that.
finance
Okay.
officer.
Yeah,
because we don't see it in there for 23.
okay,
so-
let me look. And there is another, when Brian and I were looking at it for 23,
Mhm.
he had done, let's see, there is a year missing in there.
Okay,
And I told him once all the finance stuff gets straightened out, that we need to look at that one. So let me look at
Okay.
that.
okay. And maybe the resolution started in 19. We were gonna ask you for the resolution to
Yeah, that sounds right.
get, because
It was right after.
either 20's
we bought the
missing
ground.
or something, one
Yeah.
year would be missing if
Yes,
it started in
There
19.
is, yes.
Okay. All right, so there's that, so we're still under on the self-insurance fund. And it's, because that's a fund that should be front-loaded, because all the expenses come out at the beginning of the year, so. Let you be aware of that.
How are they gonna fix it then?
So there's money that's coming back from the state that they owe us, and we'll take that money and we'll transfer that into that fund. And then when we do our budget for next year, we'll prop that up with extra money to cover the costs that are gonna come out in February.
Projected.
Because there's two big payments that come out in February for that.
So we need to have it front loaded.
Yep.
But that should have
170,000.
occurred. I wonder how that happened in the first place. I just thought of that last time. And then we didn't make it.
Because it didn't happen in the budget.
I know we didn't do it in the budget, but we've never had it in. not front
They
loaded.
used to front load it and it just didn't get.
Okay,
front
didn't
loaded.
get last year at
Yeah.
all. Okay.
Didn't get front loaded. So now you see the credit of 1375, right? So now we're getting tax dollars coming in, so it's funding the account.
As it is.
Because it is a
Rolling
mill
in.
levy, so, but yeah,
Yeah, got it.
so we'll make sure we front end load that this next year. And then it'll build up through the year, and then it should be where we
Very
need it
front
to be,
loaded.
yeah. So,
Okay.
other than that, that's the only comments I had on that.
From you, sir, on that?
I'm good.
Would you entertain a motion?
I move we accept the treasurer's report.
I would second that. Any further discussion?
None for me, sir.
Those in favor of approving the treasurer's report as presented, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries.
Thank you.
And we have no sheriff today, and we have no coroner today. Okay, Vince, you'll have to wait just a minute. We moved the finance report above you, so take 5 if you need it. So we will move on to the finance report, and see, Vernon is here, and Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Perfect.
Yes.
Okay, good.
All right, I will turn it over to you guys. I'm not sure how you want to coordinate here.
Get us started. I'm Lisa Heeman with Redlands Accounting and Advisory here in Grand Junction, Colorado. And I'll tag team with Vernon. He's been doing most of the legwork in finance for the last few weeks since we last reported, so he'll have more to say than me probably. The last time I was down was, I believe it was May 22nd. We did the budget workshop, which I thought went really well. It was very lengthy. We went into a lot of detail. And Vernon took a lot of notes, and I think we'll have some information to add about that. And then we're planning to do another budget workshop, I believe, in July, where we'll look at the first half of the year, if that's correct. It was either July or August. I can't remember which.
It'd be July, and I believe that date's the 22nd.
Mhm.
Okay. When I was there on the 22nd, it was also the week that the auditor showed up to start field work, so I was able to talk to them as well, which was good. And I've been able to get them, they should have all of the lease information. We did additional work on that to make absolutely sure they had everything they needed for that. And then I've been just touching base with them briefly if they have any questions, and we've gone back and forth. I've helped them with some cash reconciliation stuff that we're still going through. So that's about all I have to report right now.
Thank you, Lisa.
You know, I have to jump in here. It seems to be an interesting trait with auditors that they understate a lot of what they're trying to convey. Lisa has been in constant contact with me, and we've been going back and forth with the auditors. Spreadsheets are flying. It's been very intense at times. So her involvement has been very, very much appreciated there. Keeping with I sent this email to everyone before I came over. Keeping with the quarterly budget review, during the budget review and prepping the budget review, and I want to stress that the quarterly budget review happened when it did because we had to do a lot of adjusted journal entries and such, moving expenses back to 23. So we wanted to create a very, very accurate picture of all of our expenses up to between January and the end of March. So that's why it happened in May when it did. As we mentioned, it's going to be in July because we don't have to do all of that for the mid-year budget review. But in prepping that, we identified a lot of a lot of subtleties and a lot of and certain issues that needed to be resolved. Everybody looked pretty good. We focused on singled out anything that was over 25%, which of course would be 1/4 of their budget. There were a few account lines, not departments or offices, but specific account lines that were over. For instance, software subscriptions is for something that occurs at the beginning of the year and then carries through the end of the year. So it looks like it's over the 25%, but the reality is that expense is not going to happen again during the whole year. So we focused on a lot of making certain that all of our accounts were below that 25 to 29 percentile, and that was pretty good. But in the process, we identified a lot of a lot of locations that money needed to be moved around, taking money from one account and moving it into another, money that needs to be populated into specific funds. For instance, as you talked about, the landfill expansion fund, we identified the ability to move money from the landfill expansion fund into capital improvement to pay for this, to help pay for this compactor. So that'll be a benefit. And all of that is basically all that information that we used in the quarterly budget review is being distilled down into an amended budget that we're going to be looking at next week. I'm working on spreadsheeting that out. I've got a bunch of budget resolutions from Kelly that I'll be formulating it all into. So we'll be moving money around in certain funds and pulling out cash balances for certain funds to populate their lines in ways that should have been done in the process if we didn't have 3 weeks to do what we usually do in 3 months. So it's just part of cleaning everything up from last year. So as you see in the report, I ran reports on during that quarterly budget review, found leave accrual liabilities, and Robert Smith is going to be discussing that here soon. Back to the audit. a huge portion of both Lisa and myself of our time is dedicated to compiling data and delivering it to the auditors and working with them on spreadsheeting out any questions that they have. And during that process, I have created an audit cheat sheet. As we morbidly, our macabre sense of humor, there's a bus rolling down the street for everyone. And I want to make certain that the future audits go a lot smoother than they have been at any point in the past. And I think that one of the big issues that we faced is that it's thought, okay, finance is in charge of audits. Well, everybody is involved in audits. And so what I've done is I've taken the requirements that the auditors give us, the information that they require, and we can pass this around. And essentially, what they give us is in black, and the work involved is in red. And as you see, it
By
flashes.
who, you know?
What's that?
By who?
Right.
You sent it to every
Uh-huh.
department.
Well,
Or-
not every department needs this list, but every department needs something from it. So what I've done is I've identified every single department that needs to be involved with a specific location, specific item, and I've identified the processes that they have to go through in order to supply that information. So whether it be the sheriff's office or IT or the clerk's office or whoever, everybody's going to get portions of this list at the beginning of every audit season. It's not complete yet, but it's essentially my mental notes as we've gone through the audit and said, okay, this is a workflow issue. We're stonewalled here. Let's figure out a workflow to get through it. And that's what I've been doing. So that's what this list kind of represents there. Let's see, the other important thing that has come out of this audit is I've spent quite a bit of time with both Lisa and Sam DiNardo identifying best practices so that we can create policies that facilitate basically good accounting and good reporting. So that's really what I've learned from this audit, is how much that is what we need to focus on here in the county. So that's my report.
So the auditor also made the comment that there's not enough being ratified or approved through BOCC. So all donations need to be ratified through the BOCC because they're all restricted funds. If Q Public decides to give $100 for the plant the trees around the reservoir project, that is restricted funds. We need to make sure that that goes in there. We need to make sure that the finance department, any monies that roll over at the end of the year, stay in that same account and roll over in that account. Also, all contracts and all leases need to be ratified through the BOCC. It's our way of monitoring it. It's our way of having a collection point. It's our way of having a control point for all this information that we need for the audits to bring it up here. So we've got a lot of things to improve upon from the past and make right and change our processes on how that flows through. The treasurer's report, she'll probably have to, put that down as part of her report, is the donations that she gets from people and what those are for, and then we'll have to ratify that as well. Say, okay, we know that now. Finance knows this, people know this, and we have a balance on that of what that is. And hey, this money can only be spent for these things. And so if somebody else and goes, hey, I want to take money out of this account and put it over here, we're like, whoa, that's restricted funds. And I've talked to Vernon about maybe on those funds, on our ledgers, putting restricted right on those lines. This is restricted funds. We know this. This is a constant reminder that we can't, this is only for this purpose and this purpose only. Anything given any piece of equipment given, same way ratified through the board. So we can stay on top of that.
Makes sense.
And in the process of this work, I've actually identified the functions in our accounting software that actually facilitate all of this. There's coding processes there, and there's reporting processes that I have started using for all of our, so.
Is that separate to CIC or?
No, it's embedded in it. It's embedded in it. So, and it helps with the budgetary process, because as you said, if we get $1,000 worth of donations and we only spend $500 in this year, we need to have a function that rolls it over. Now, before, in the past, it's been contingent upon the finance office just knowing this, but now we actually have reports in CIC showing, okay, these funds exist in this department, in this fund balance, and they're going to roll over into the next year because we haven't spent it all. Yeah. So I've identified all those functions, and I'm starting to input that money in there. So
that'd be the same for our grants. That
absolutely.
We never took advantage of either. We just, if we didn't physically manually do it, it didn't roll over like it should have. So
yeah.
So I think it's good. There's some more training that we probably need to get Vernon and whoever our future, just people that are using our payroll people and our and HR people need to have more training on what does CIC offer, what do we already have that we're not using, and how can it benefit us better to make us more efficient, and take some of that manual enter or manual transfer over stuff that we just aren't doing. So, So I did talk to Brian about taking that landfill expansion money and taking out of there instead of capital improvement, because that's what it is for. It's for the expansion of the landfill. So the compactor is needed for the expansion. And I had talked to the auditor about it, and he says it's not that $1 per cubic yard is not restricted money. It can't be used for anything other than landfill expansion, but the compactor would be a justified expense for that. So his proposal in the budget amendment resolution will be to transfer $55,000 out of that fund, not out of capital improvement, because we have seen a dip in our fees from planning and zoning that go to fund our capital improvements. So I want to make sure that we don't take too much money out of there, and we keep that straight. So we've got a fund here that we can take it out of. So.
It is a capital improvement, but you're booking it in.
We will transfer the money out of landfill improvement account and put it into capital improvement, and it'll get paid out of capital improvement.
That makes sense.
But yeah, we won't take extra out of capital improvement.
Right, gotcha.
So.
Any other questions for me?
No, I would just say that you were correct. Lisa's report was very much more succinct than yours.
Well,
Lisa, thank you as well.
You caught me on a good day.
Thank you.
All right, thank you all.
Thank you,
Yep, thanks a bunch.
Vince, you were up, sir.
You see, Vince.
How are you?
Morning.
Morning.
So you got a hold of your chloride people?
Yes, we will start magging the 24th. Copper Gulch is, excuse me, got a little cold. Copper Gulch will be the first road we mag.
All of it?
All the dirt.
Start 24th.
That's good.
Uh,
How many miles that's important?
4.5, something like that. Got a hold of the paving people, so we're gonna start asphalt in Copper Gulch too. The good news is it's $10 a ton cheaper than it was last year. So we'll be able to do a little more asphalt patching than we did last year.
You do me a favor, and probably everybody benefited by it. Would you update your per mile cost for the different categories? You got mag chloride, road base, chip seal, and asphalt.
Yep.
It'd be good to get out so people understand when they say, how come we're not doing it? Well, there's a good reason. We got to figure out where the money comes from.
And I had to spend all my rental money today because we had a major malfunction with our roller that we use. It really broke down really bad. It's gonna be down for a while because it's hard to get parts. So I talked to John Deere today and rented a roller. They give us a break because we buy such equipment from them in parts. But I rented a roller so we can do our asphalt next week.
Good.
But I spent all the money in my budget for it. But if I didn't, we wouldn't be able to asphalt.
Yeah, I do.
Okay,
Pressure unit's supposed to be up here sometime this month.
Drain the pit,
Yep.
trash rock.
We just sprayed, the thing was emailed to the state,
Awesome.
so that's done.
all right,
You flushing culverts?
We're doing culvert work, a lot of culvert work. It saved our roads. We rebuilt 260 last week and all that rain, if we hadn't rebuilt it, it'd have washed it
I know.
out. It saved the road.
so, yeah, and, I know I went out and looked at, because we'd got, I think, all of us had been gotten in touch with on 255, where you guys had went in and cleaned those ditches and stuff. And just when I went out with you, that ran 19 to 22 foot, 19 was the narrowest, and in those spots, it has been 19. You guys did not narrow that down at all on that, just cleaned the ditches and pulled that material up on the road. And I know some of that's waiting on gravel to be crushed to cap some of that, but just a report on that since we had been contacted on that.
A lot.
Yeah.
And so, but to widen some of that out to where it is, those narrow spots would be kind of a major undertaking, it would be a project. It wouldn't be well, let's go out there and throw 2 foot on the side of that road. So, thanks for taking me out there and look at that. And then I had an email, I forget which road number that was.
Airport.
Talked to Sherry on it, that everything past the cattle guard was gonna be turned into, the rumor has it that everything was gonna be turned back into gravel.
I want to, but.
Anyhow,
on Copper Gulch.
Yeah.
that was Copper Gulch,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
No, it's
so,
getting patched with asphalt as soon as we
So,
get started.
Yeah, and the worst part there is just towards the end, that
Yeah,
last
from the
quarter
dirt
mile.
south. Yeah, it's all gonna get covered. Rosita from the northeast end, we're working back towards the west, is bad. We're gonna cover all of that to County Road 319, all the way across. Patch it with the grader.
So, and I got a text this morning from someone said, the road crew graded and smoothed out 323 Monday, and it looks great, and washboarding has been eliminated. Thank you very much. So, thank you guys. Hard to be everywhere at once. I don't know, every time I hear something, I let you guys know, so I know you're probably aware of them already, but I pass that all along to you, so, but thank you for.
And the Wetmore crew's on Milford Creek for 2 weeks or however long it takes them.
I saw Paul's truck parked at McKenzie, so he must have met Kurt there, so.
Matterhorn circles south and Larkspur.
Yes, I'm still having problems with USIC. 12 811s are called in. I have not got any response from them people from June 7th. And they have 3 days to start that, getting them going, and nothing.
You wanna send me their number
Yes.
and I'll call them?
And I would say work them.
Well,
And
the
if you-
reason I'm scared is because we hit a 15 pair on County Road 255. We hit something on 271, and we hit something on 265, and it wasn't marked.
So,
They're
yeah,
just not answering.
they're not getting them marked when they come out, but by the same token, you can't hold up your progress once you're past the 3 days or whatever that
They
is,
got 3 days.
3 days.
go for it.
Well, that's what I advise, I mean, but that's easy to say, I mean,
Yeah,
from the legal perspective, we don't have any liability if they don't respond. But, I mean, you knock out somebody's, phone or internet for a week.
yeah.
They're not gonna come after USIC, they're gonna come after the county and be mad at you guys.
Well, and when you're the guy in the trench digging through, and you hit something, you don't know what it is.
Yeah, that's true too.
And there's a lot of fear compared to when it's all located and I know where it's at, and
Stay 18 inches away from the location.
so.
One good thing on a lot of our roads, not all of them, but a good portion of them, the power is overhead,
Yes.
which is, take some of that away, that way.
And we don't have buried natural gas lines here either, so that helps a lot. But no, I'll send me their number and I'll see if I can get a hold of a supervisor or something.
Yeah. Because they're just being really relaxed this year.
Okay.
Other than that, everything's going fine.
How old is the roller we have?
We're gonna be lucky.
Dare I ask?
Don't ask. It's a Dynapack. It's old.
It was there when I came on and it was old then,
Yeah, it's really hard to get parts for it.
so it's probably at least 50 years old.
And
Make a plan to get her upgraded, I guess,
Yeah,
at some point.
let me,
Gotta have a plan.
I mean, here in about 6 weeks, we'll start talking about next year's budget, so.
Yeah.
You can have a roller or a loader.
Can I have both?
You can only ask for one thing from Santa.
Well, one thing. Okay.
Santa F.
Let me put it this way,
That's
you can
right.
ask for a roller or ask for a loader. I shouldn't have said.
Can I
you
go
could
buy
have
it and ask for forgiveness later?
So. All right.
Where are we at with the emergency pickup? Do you guys get that figured out yet on the,
The OEM pickup?
yeah,
Forwarded an email. They did not end up totaling that. I don't believe. They looked at it. They sent a proceed order to Zimmerman's, but that, I believe, Robin got that stopped until we made a decision, which we'll need to do probably. They took our quote from Zimmerman's and I believe added to, but I have not seen that quote. And, but they still did not total that pickup out. So
They
I
said
don't
the
know.
frame wasn't twisted.
it wasn't? It was?
But it wasn't. That's what they claimed. But
Okay.
So,
See what Bob has to say about it.
Bob sent that out yesterday, I believe, towards the end of the day, and got some clarification, but it's still down at Zimmerman's, but they have been put on hold until we figure out exactly what that means, and we haven't had a chance to visit with Bob yet to see exactly what CTSI said.
Okay. And I'm gonna be talking to her about borrowing her blinky signs. I'm gonna take them out on Copper Gulch and all the roads we're gonna be working on, so people know what's going on a week ahead of time.
Okay.
That's a good use for those. So,
That's the technical term,
That's what they're
blinky
for.
sign.
Yeah, blinky signs.
DMS boards.
Yeah, I call them blinky signs.
I called the quarter.
And I'm putting my road counters out
Hollered at.
today. I'm gonna put them on Copper. I'm gonna see how much traffic we got on Copper on the 7-day period.
good point, could, you ought to do it on Oak Creek. too.
And I'm gonna do it on all our major roads coming into the county.
So, Yeah, just
help you prioritize it.
to, I think you could get with Robin, I don't know, have you programmed them before? Okay, so, I guess, could you get with Vince and show him how to program those and stuff?
Jordan.
Or Jordan, okay.
I'm gonna borrow them.
That's fine, but we need a permit, so I need to talk to you.
A permit?
Mm-hmm,
Okay. Call me later today, I'll call you.
okay.
All right. Anything else? Anything from you guys?
No.
Thank you. Glad your chloride wasn't in today. We got to talk to you.
Yeah.
You catch you as you walk out.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Okay, where you going?
Oh, yeah.
Robin, you're up now.
You're looking real summery.
Thank you. It's supposed to be kind of hot today.
Walking a tad bit better.
Yeah, a tad bit, yeah, thank you.
Why, I hardly even noticed hitching or get along.
Yeah, well, they say 6 months to a year. Okay, let's start with grants like we always do. We're doing well on EMPG and we're ahead of schedule with the reporting. So I don't think we've gotten our reimbursement, but thanks to Vernon for moving a lot of the stuff that needed to be moved from one year to another. I think we've satisfied most of the audit questions. A lot of it had to do with those grants you were talking about earlier that were awarded 1 year and the rollovers from those years. And what we have found is that it is helpful to have that generic Google Drive. So all of the required items for grants are in there, the award letter, the all of the closeout package, etc. So I think that's a good best practice, because then Kelly can see it, Roden Bridge could see it, anyone can see it who has rights to look in our Google Drive. So we have found that to be good. We'll continue to improve on that. We're not able to go back, too many years, but at least on the audit years for sure.
How's EMPG? I've heard there's gonna be a reduction.
There is a reduction. The way that is, we don't know what the reduction will be, but the way that the state has positioned that for this year, the way they've allocated EMPG in the past has been on a yearly basis, 12 months. Now they are going to be allocating, because of their fiscal year, being July 1 to June 30, every 6 months. So we'll get an additional award letter every 6 months. And the state has promised that they will put our funding to the point where it was awarded for this year. Okay.
So it's still a year
It's still a year's
worth of
money, just
You can't
split
hire
into.
people on half year.
No, just split into two. And they've honored the price that they've already told us that they would reimburse us,
Okay.
the 50%. So it's next year we would be concerned about, and this is a congressional situation where it's happened at the federal level, where they're not funding EMPG to exactly the same level. And a lot of things the state is not able to predict is not every county takes EMPG. So some counties are like, I don't want to do that grant reporting, I'm not going to bother. So each year when they make the application, they anticipate, 80% will take, and then 20% might not, but that changes, very honestly, the changes on the value of emergency management. So if they have a really big disaster, they tend to staff up EMPG and staff up, more positions within their county. So I don't anticipate more than a 20% reduction. And we can start pressing for a little bit more information as we go into our budget cycle in a few months. So right now, it's paying for mostly personnel. So I think the good news is some of the other grants that we have secured can potentially pay for some personnel.
Okay.
So as you start layering these grants onto the personnel budget, you should be able to then free up money for other expenses like supplies and EOC subscriptions and things like that. So we're just starting that with our other grants. EMPG special projects, that last year was equipment grants. We got the generator and some other supplies. There will be no funds for that this year, so we can't anticipate a little boon at the end of the year for that. So we'll be more conservative about how we spend our supply budget, operations budget. HSG, that Homeland Security grant has not been finalized, although we might hear something tomorrow at our regional meeting. We do think we have 2 of the projects submitted, approved, and that would be the cache of laptops and the dive team supplies, about 15,000. And we have other things in the works, but nothing has been decided. There was a vote, and we don't know what the result was. I don't know how you take a 5-person board if somebody does not vote, then you have 4. And if it was a tie, I don't know how. So there could be some things going on there.
Okay.
So we're not sure how that vote is going to impact our projects, but we'll let you know as soon as we know. And then COSWAP is the workforce development grant for the fire mitigation. That grant was contracted in May. We got our signature on that. And this is where we're going to decide how much personnel time, which is going to require us to do time logs so that we don't duplicate our personnel requests from 2 different grants. So that's where we're tracking our personnel expenses. They can only really submit for myself and Jennifer unless we're doing different type of cost accounting by cost center, and I don't know if we're going that direction or not, but as we get into the budget, we can talk about that, because there is a potential for overhead and utility expenses, etc., that we could consider. So I think that's just another budget discussion. We do had a really good press article. I don't know if you've seen that or not, on the front page about the mitigation, the second one.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, if you guys saw that or not, did you see that? Yeah. I think that was really positive, talking about June is the time to make fire mitigation. And so in May, we had not only our general public outreach at the library, but then our launch, our soft launch for the wildfire outreach grant for the ambassador program. And that's in concert with Reggie Foster and Extension Office out of CSU. And that's where I said, we can't really take her personnel costs because they're paid by CSU. But we could hire a program person, but we probably won't hire a program person for that grant. We have a little bit in the budget for it, but it would be very part-time and probably difficult to find somebody who wanted that kind of intermittent work. But we did a brochure and a PowerPoint. We also did home assessments, and that's where you go out to an individual property and look at where the home is located in relationship to the forest, and look at the home and things that you can do to improve the savability of a home in a wildfire. So that's a service that we can provide. that previously has been under staffed. I think Wet Mountain Fire Protection District has done some of those home assessments in the past. They charge for it, so this we would be doing free. But we have Jeremiah entirely on board. He came to our ambassador program outreach at the library, and that was great. And I think we have some building steam in getting the homeowners associations involved. We have one meeting in July with the homeowners association for Boldomingo. We did a mitigation event at Spread Eagle and was able to rent a chipper, and we had volunteers out there. They got, I think, about 2 acres done. We have a lot more than that to do, but a good start on the mitigation. And then we had a mitigation tour on May 29th, where we went to a property that has, I think, 800 acres, of which 80 are pretty well mitigated now. They built a house, and then they have a logging operation that supports the Pueblo wood products. So they take everything from the tree, the bark, and everything else, and use it. So pretty cool operation. We had, I think, 18 people attend from 7 counties, and those are Forest Service, U.S. Forest Service, BLM, folks. So it was a really good tour, and then we had a meeting about how we could collaborate and how, since we are a regional asset, that we might be able to collaborate on equipment or training and things like that, where they're having something in Huerfano County, which has a pretty big mitigation program, how we could potentially use their equipment or interface with the homeowner associations that have already done a lot of this type of work based on the spring fire. So I think it's been a really good collaboration. Anything on grants?
You had, under your special projects up there, you commented on that trailer that you were looking at.
Yes, so here are pictures of the trailer. This is a CSEP trailer, meaning that it was bought for that Chemical Stockpile Emergency Preparedness Program in Pueblo. It's a decon trailer. It's 35 feet long. It is being decommissioned by the federal government in Pueblo. They offered it to anyone in our region free. It is a potential storage unit for OEM. And I'll just read you what they said, what they would need. A letter saying we are officially transferring ownership of the trailer over to Custer County, and that we will use it for all hazards emergency management functions, basically you won't turn it into a food truck and profit from it. So from their standpoint, it would be the BOCC accepting it into their asset roles, assigning it to OEM department, they put, I assume, and then accounting for it in the accounting processes like you all were talking about earlier, making sure that we bring all of our assets and grant requests through BOCC. So
would that thing be gutted, or would we have to do the gutting of it ourselves?
You know, it's set up to run water. It was a decon trailer. So the inside, if you can see in those pictures, are a little bit, they look like shower units.
Mm-hmm.
And so there's benches in there. So I don't think there would be much gutting to do. It would allow us to at least have some storage. And in starting to think about where that could go, that really is a BOCC decision.
What are you thinking about to store?
Well,
You've got a lot of stuff.
we do. We have
I don't know.
shelter supplies. And when those get mixed in our trailer with our OEM supplies, then we're running out to set up a potential EOC and having to move some of our sheltering supplies out of there. So We have been utilizing the sheriff's yard for some of those things. And one day I went over there and all of the tubs had been allocated and put into the patrol cars, because what they had for storage in the back end wasn't big enough, and they saw those tubs sitting there, and so they just took them and used them, which is fine. They needed to be used, and I don't have a problem with that. It's just the fact that we thought they were there, and then all of a sudden they weren't. So, you know, it's shared storage space can be problematic. So we have lots of kits and tubs and shelter supplies. We'd like to also get more shelter supplies in the event we need that, as we've had a couple of close calls, I guess, this year to having an evacuation center and maybe needing a shelter.
Can we get more details on that trailer?
What do you need?
If there's any AC units on top of it.
Looked like there was.
What year it is, actual condition of the tires, stuff like that.
Okay, sure.
And then whether they would deliver it or not.
They will deliver it.
Okay.
It is a gooseneck connection.
Okay.
And we do have a volunteer that could pull it somewhere in the event that we needed to. We're not anticipating that. We're seeing it more as a fixed, kind of like a Connex.
Okay.
But yeah, I can certainly get more specs. I have an idea.
Can I see those pictures again?
Yeah. I can send those out.
And then just the price of a Connex for us.
Okay. And they're about 5,000 now. And we can also rent one for $75 a month, which is really pretty reasonable.
Okay.
Lease it.
All right.
Because this is elevated where the Connex would be ground level, ingress and egress.
That's a bonus.
Yeah. All right.
Okay.
Let's go back to your report. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I thought I'd hit on it.
That's great. I appreciate it. Training, we do have the evolution of a disaster class. We had scheduled that, and we still need to reschedule that. So do you want to either propose a date on a non-Wednesday, or what's the best way to get another date scheduled?
Yeah, just propose a few dates.
Okay.
Out there,
Okay.
not on a Wednesday.
Right, okay. Actually, Mondays are one of our best days. Are Mondays okay for you?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And look, work it through, Mike.
Through Mike, oh, good idea, okay. CES, LEPC, that's our monthly meeting with our group. And this month, the 20th, will also be the fire update from DFPC. I think, no, Lucas, if you've been to one or not, but they talk about what air assets we have, how to call them in, reimbursement, billing, all the stuff that we might need to know if we had a wildfire that went beyond our initial attack. And that is the strategy, of course, of the county, is to bring in those assets, air assets, as soon as possible, get that fire out. And that is all worked through the sheriff and the fire department, obviously with OEM being involved. But if it becomes a bigger disaster, there are a couple of times where we have housed the type 1 teams.
Okay.
And so that's still either at the fire department setting up an EOC there, or the Saddle Club.
Okay. We
Continue on our inventory, and we keep working on our ICS 100, 700 classes. I think we'll get with Bob now on trying to implement that through an HR process, so we can start offering those classes to all the employees and get us back on track for that mandatory training.
When you did it, since you're gonna be getting with Vince,
Uh-huh.
when you talk with him, you might bring that up, let him know of that availability, because I don't think a lot of his current staff has had that.
No, I have talked to Vince and previous supervisors over there. They would like a face-to-face opportunity rather than online. These classes are online. You can sit at your desk or Sunday afternoon in your slippers to take them. But they would like that opportunity to have kind of a lecture format, and then you still have to take the test online.
Right.
That's a better format.
Yeah.
For us old school people.
Well, not everybody likes to sit down at the computer, and it's hard for them to get away. So,
Well, we need to stay, it helps stay on top of the practical aspects of why we have these classes, not just take a class and you don't know why, you went through the motions of it, but you don't know why you took a class. Yeah, I've got 100, 700, but I don't know what they do, I don't know what they're for,
right, when would I ever use it?
Right.
Doesn't seem to apply to me. Yeah, we definitely get those questions. So.
Okay.
And just on the truck, we are consulting the board or the regional Homeland Security, since that vehicle was bought with Homeland Security funds.
Okay.
So it looks like though they want to repair it.
Okay.
We haven't got a final estimate. There's 2 things that are outstanding, and they're going to send that when they get it. So.
All right, sounds good.
Okay.
Yep, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye now.
Dorothy, you all right, or you need a break?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Let's get through airport.
Morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sir.
Hey, Dorothy.
How are you?
Good.
Let me sit down and side the chair under me. I didn't attach the financials, so I will give them to you. Once again, we are down compared to last year. It continues.
Year to date. Yeah.
Year to date, yes, month to month, year to date.
And that's through June, or I mean through May, right?
Yeah, it shows part of June because we pull it later in the month now, but when you look at the building report, we are down our septics, and that shows me, I look at that as our future building. It's down 5 from last year, so we've done 12 so far in the month of May. We did 17 last year in the month of May, so it is going, that to me, like I said, is showing me what we're gonna do in the future from a dwelling standpoint. Our dwellings are down 9 compared to last year, and then accessory buildings are down 1. So we're continuing to see stay steady in that area, but what concerns me is the dip in the number of dwelling permits and septic permits that we're actually issuing. Year to date, looking last year to this year, we're down 24 septic permits, 27 dwellings, as well as 27 non-dwellings or accessories. So overall, not counting the septics, we're down 54 actual zoning permits. The income last year compared to this year, we're down $127,523.80. So from a growth standpoint, I guess if you want the county to grow, that's a bad thing. If not, it's a good thing.
Which reduces the revenue that goes into capital improvements.
It does. Yeah. Some other office, any questions on that part so far?
No,
Okay.
it is what it is.
Okay, yeah, can't change that really. From our activity for the past month, or for the month of May, we did attend, well, I guess this was June, the first part of June, we attended a 2-day soil analysis course. It was a very, very informative course. I was very happy that we were able to attend that. Some of the concerns that I have walking away from there is that we're not always considering our soil as an R-rated soil. We've never monitored our soil analysis contractors, and this will give us the opportunity to be able to do that. Not that I'm going to go out and make it so that they have to have an evaluation or a final inspection of their work, but in some cases, you know, it's been questionable to me whether or not something should have been considered an R-rated soil and be engineered. I realize that's more expensive for the citizen.
So this is soil for building purposes,
Septic
not
system.
septic.
Septic systems.
Septic system.
Why did I pay $700 for a soil test then?
That's to find out it's R-rated or not.
Yeah,
Okay,
Which
so
means it doesn't
everybody
perk.
has to do that, right?
yes.
Yeah.
So the soil analysis determines the type of soil that you have, so whether
Okay,
it's
so you know how many
sandy.
She
percolations.
talked about checking the checker,
Yes, yes.
testing the tester.
Oh,
There's a couple that I could lose sleep over thinking back when I first started, thinking, wow, that should have been an engineered system. When it's completely all rock, there should have been something laid down there to mitigate that, because if it's rock, the water from the infiltrators is gonna go straight through it. It's not gonna have any filtration at all.
okay.
Back in the old days, they used to do a perk test. They actually run water through it.
Mhm.
Now they just cut it and they look at what's in it and say it's okay or not.
Yeah, there's multiple
There's a-
layers that they should be testing as they go through
Three
that,
layers.
to evaluate the rock content, sand content, clay content, things like that. So it was very educational. So that's something that we'll be looking at. I've asked, spoke to at least 2 of the contractors that do the soil analysis, and they're gonna let us know when they have open pits, so we can go out there and do our own sample, mainly at this point, so that we can continue our education and know that what we walked out of that classroom with, we can share with others. Yeah. I'm keeping an eye out on changes that I understand are coming to the Colorado Regulation 43, which is the state outs regulations. My concern with that is that our system is unique. Somebody built that system a while back that was in my position or one of the positions in the planning and zoning office. That person's no longer with us. If there's changes on how they calculate the number of infiltrators in a system or the size of a rock bed, we need to be able to go in and change those calculations. And so I'm keeping an eye on when those changes are coming down. One of our instructors at the soils class was a previous Colorado Professional Waste Management vice president. So when in talking to him individually, I did learn that those changes are coming. What extent that will impact us, I don't know at this point, but I'm keeping my eyes open there, and probably need to get with Vernon to, as the time gets closer, get with Vernon to get the contact information for the individual that built that system and see if we can't look at. We're either gonna have to ask him to update the system or make changes, or scrap it completely, which will mean Delana and myself will be doing manual calculations like a lot of the counties do. We're very spoiled, and I didn't realize that. So I am applying for a SIPA grant.
I'll just comment that Chuck, I believe, that wrote that system, correct?
Yeah, do you have his contact information?
I do not.
Okay, I know Vernon does, because I know we've had some challenges here and there. And if we contact IT, he has the ability to contact him. So hopefully we can work something out there. If not, we'll be taking an additional course so that we know that we're doing the correct calculations. I have spoke to a few of you about applying for a SIPA grant. The grant that I found, it basically supports, they're trying to drive civic technology to impact Colorado residents. So basically, they're offering grants to schools, municipalities, counties to improve their technology for their citizens to provide better services. My thought in this, what I'm going to ask for is the funds to give us the ability to have a provider that can store our parcel data, the current parcel data that we have in the filing cabinets there, the parcel data that is public information. Anybody can walk in our office and ask for that parcel file. So it's not like we're giving out information that we wouldn't give out to the person walking in the door. And then it would also, in addition to that, give them the opportunity to, on that same platform, link over to do an automatic variance, zoning permit, and I'm gonna add in building permit because I have got written confirmation from the vendor that I'm looking at that they will allow us to let the 2 municipalities join us in this initiative. So it won't just impact people, residents in the county, it will impact residents in West Cliff and Silver Cliff as well. I've talked to both Caleb and, is it Travis? It's not Travis, always.
No, it's Isaac.
Isaac, I always forget his name for some reason. And Isaac, and they are both very excited about the possibility. This particular company has the ability to offer as many workflows as we need, and by that I mean when you go to put in an application for anything in either of our departments, all 3 of them, it will be specific to that department. So there will be county applications, West Cliff applications based on their needs, and then Silver Cliff applications. So I'm really excited about the opportunity to be able to work with my 2 counterparts in the county or in the 2 cities. I'm in the process of setting up a demo and working on the actual grant application. I am not a grant writer. I'll be the first one to say that. I'm working on it, and I have reached out to multiple people. Last night I was able to hopefully reach out to someone who is not an employee of the county, but a citizen, and they are willing to help me with some of the budgetary process that are documents that they're looking for, and kind of a project plan.
How much is it, Grant?
I don't have an exact number, Bill. I'll send that to you guys when I do. I'm guessing right now about 80,000, 80 to 100,000.
Is there a match?
No, there's not. You can match a certain portion, but it's not a requirement. So it's a brand new grant. They've just rolled it out. Normally, SIPA offers a micro grant, which is under 25,000. This is $25,000 or more, and they haven't put a cap on it because they don't know how much participation they're gonna have. So I'm excited about that. Hopefully we can get that going. And then the only other thing I have is, Dan, we have another complaint on the one that we started to take to the ports down in San Isabel about the septic. So I have another.
Not the one that we just dismissed, a different one.
It's a different one, yes. And we started it, but was never able to serve the papers to the individual.
Oh, okay.
So I was hoping things that she was communicated to me may have fixed it, but it hasn't. The neighbors are complaining, so.
So we filed that, but we didn't get it served, right?
Correct.
So do you have any more information that we can use to serve this person?
On locating them?
Yeah.
No, but I will take a ride down there and see what's going on.
All right.
I've been told about where the individual is, but I have not driven to San Isabel to check it out.
Do that and then let me know what we need to do, because I think I'd even forgotten that we filed it. So we filed it and the court hasn't done anything with it. It might have already been dismissed by now.
I'm sure it probably has.
That we can refile or reopen, whatever.
Okay, I will get you whatever information I can in the next week.
Okay.
That's all I have.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Dorothy.
Thank you.
Okay, Clyde. Morning, everyone. Good morning.
Clyde
Clyde.
Butler, Airport Manager.
Good morning, sir.
Well, to start off with, we had to buy some fuel in May. We purchased 2,008 gallons on the 12th of May. The price went up, of course, including the taxes, we had to pay $5.96 a gallon. So I averaged that with the price of the fuel that we already had in the tank, added 50 cents, and came up with a current sale price of $5.92. Which still keeps us competitive and actually cheaper than everybody except Walsenburg. Last month, we sold 498 gallons for a revenue of $2,717. And what fuel we currently have on hand is 5,772 gallons, or at least that's the first of the month. Differential pressure is still good. We have one new filter in stock, and I changed the filter that we were using on the 31st of May. Any questions about the fuel? Okay.
I'm remembering you were having trouble with filters fitting the case before or something. The filter case and filter we were supposed to switch to is not available yet. So we're still using the same ones we've been using for years, which is what they told us to do. Okay.
And we still have one spare, so we've still got at least a year to go on that. Our AWAS is functioning normally. The preventative maintenance was done April the 29th. All our wind socks are in good condition. The weather cans are all working normally. We finally got a date set by Pavement Maintenance Services to come out and paint the runway, paint the stripes and the numbers.
Turns out they were waiting for somebody to tell them, and they were waiting for
somebody
to tell them was waiting for somebody to tell them to do it. That was crazy.
Yep. But at least we finally got a date set on the 17th. The runway will be closed all day on the 17th to allow for that. And on the 21st of May, we had a visit from the CDOT pavement inspectors. And they looked at our pavement and said that our pavement looks pretty good. And it should be, all that lacks is paint. So we should be having that taken care of pretty soon on the 17th. We got an update from Eaton Sales and Service, the people who are building our new jet fuel tank. The tank is still under construction, but they expect to have it finished, or it's scheduled to be finished by August the 30th. And so I'm still hoping we can get that in service this summer. All the county equipment, the skid steer is functioning normally, tractor's fully functional. The mower, I still need to change a belt on that. And the courtesy cars are both fully functional, except the one of them still needs fuel gauge fixed.
You all get a lesson from Vince on how to set up that push on?
Yeah. Yeah, he came out and showed me how to use it before even, they wouldn't even let me, they wouldn't allow me to use it until he trained me.
Sure, that's right.
Good plan.
Also ask, after he paints this, PMS needs to be paid for a lot of back work. So if we can get it done so that we can hit the books at the end of the month would be good.
Okay.
Yeah, CDOT's asking for us to update 2002, 22, and 23. We still have money that should have rolled over. And so they want to get the books cleared. So they gave me until the end of the end of this month to figure that out. So I would like to have this paid. It doesn't matter. I can still carry it through, but we need to get it spent.
Well, if they show up on the 17th, that should be possible.
Okay.
They're estimating it'll only take one day to do it.
They just like it's spent before the end of the fiscal year.
They got the same issues we have, and they are allowing us to carry them through them because of way contractors are and things have happened in the weather, they've allowed these to be carried for quite a long time.
And the airport board approved signing of a contract or agreement with Geologic Services to do soil testing where their old fuel tank used to be located. We don't foresee any problems because
nothing ever happened.
No, we never spilt any fuel. Grass grows good, so it can't be contaminated. And they're coming out on the 27th to do that test. Any questions?
Oh, sir. For me.
Is Brian still working with BOCC or whoever to get a hangar lease?
Yeah. Still working with him to get his lease signed.
Okay.
And Brian would have to tell you how far he's come with that, but last I heard, last time I talked to him, he's still working on it.
A lease signed or a lease signed back over?
A new one for the big hangars. To see.
Yeah, lot 6 is going to lease 2 of the big lots and build a big hangar.
Big hangar on it.
Not the one that Redmond had.
Okay.
Right.
Do we need now, based on your conversation with the auditors, does the board need to vote to ratify the contract for the
soil?
For the soil.
We can do it after the fact, but
Okay.
we need that contract to come through here just so that.
Okay.
Same with the lease.
Yeah, and then we need to start. We need to get everybody brought over to the new lease form. Some of them are still on the old lease forms, but.
Well, we don't have a final form for the lease form, I don't think. We're still working on it, or I'm not, the board is.
Board is, okay.
You're trying to sync them all up same year, same
Yeah.
time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so that lease
Yeah, because I think there's some that come due at the end of this year, so.
That's right.
What I looked at.
And they're working on it, and they're just about have it finished, I believe.
Okay. All right.
And
So
I have
that
a
lease
copy
with
of that
the
contract
6
with the
would also
environmental
need to come
services
before
right
us.
with me right now, if you want to
That's
look
why I
at it.
asked if they've got it, if they're gonna get a commitment out of them. Okay.
This is the agreement we signed.
Okay. Yeah, just send it to me in an email, and then I'll just put it on as an agenda item and ratify.
Okay, they gave us an estimate of $3,300. Anything else? You heard any more about the tank? I mean, the trailer or the truck or whichever it's supposed to be?
No, they're waiting, they're evaluating where they want, this is the tanker that they're giving us.
From Idaho.
Yeah. And they're deciding, they've got it, they moved it down, they're working on it, and they're deciding where to put it. And it's still here, or they're thinking about Canyon City too, but I don't know why that would be. It would be better here.
Canyon City has fuel.
Yeah, they already got it, but they don't need a tanker, just, that's right. I think we'll know more in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, good.
I'll find out more.
Okay, well, I guess I'm finished then.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, see you next month.
Hope so.
We'll be here.
So will I hope.
Break time.
Break.
We will recess for a short break. 10:34.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you tell? I think I'm good.
You seemed very
Just making,
purposeful.
just making sure anything
I'm nothing, Ryan.
Okay, the time is now 10:42 a.m. I will reconvene this BOCC meeting. Next item that we have on our agenda will be the landfill. We have a written report on that. And just a quick note, he's got, Jill is he's still waiting on the final approval, but her letter that she sent to him, there are only a couple of small changes that they are going to want done, and that, so that approval should come. And then the existing trash compactor is down again. It's like a couple of head bolts and a couple of exhaust manifold bolts are broke, so.
Yeah, let's just hope that it can get us through till about March of next
Get the new
year.
guy.
March, April next year. No, I'm okay with your part. It's like we've been discussing with him, so.
Okay.
Yeah, he said not too worried about it.
And recycles is also written.
So I'll just touch on this briefly. Most of it is yeah, we continue to get more product in there, but the big thing is trailers. Murals have been added to 3 of the painted trailers by local artists. Bunch of hands prints were put on it this last Saturday, so by kids and adults alike. And 2 others got painted. So we got 3. The kids and Eddie Crisp are going to continue through the summer to continue to paint those, sand them up. So they look pretty nice. They look nicer than what they used to, and done a good job. So just keep on with that. Prices seem to kind of be holding. So 9,200 in all material sales through May of '24, and we're projected approximately 4,500 for June. So
Have they been making the pickups in Salida and Canyon?
yeah, when they're called out.
When they have it.
Yeah. They don't, it's not a monthly thing, it's maybe quarterly. So.
Anything from you, sir?
No, looks good. Thanks.
I just texted Laura and she's on her way.
She is.
Definitely.
Well, we better ask one more question on that recycles, just to give her time to be here.
60 more seconds.
If you'd like to paint a trailer, sir, and put your artistic flair on it, you're looking for an artist.
Then they should not be looking at me.
Artist
and Kevin don't go together.
Well, sometimes that is some phenomenal art.
Maybe they should do one as a
It would
contest.
definitely be
That's a what?
abstract.
Well, I'll tell you, I've got a couple paintball markers, we can go light them up, that's dark.
That's art, yeah.
That sounded like you volunteered to paint one.
Voluntold you. That's what I did.
I got over here as quick as I could.
You did a good job.
Just in time.
I ran, no, I didn't. None of that happened, okay? Just saying.
I see red paint, but it looks like she wants something.
No.
Yeah, I just got another emergency on an electric bill. So that's what that is. Oh, this chair is really low.
Be careful.
No, it's okay. I'm just,
Okay.
okay, I'm here.
Welcome.
You guys, if you have any questions about the reports, I can answer them, but they're pretty standard right now. We got done with the LEAP program in April, so you're not going to see anything on that till we start it up again in November.
We've got a whole lot more out-of-home placement this year.
Yes, we have. That's ending too. We'll just have one child still in that home now. The other ones have gone back home. So that'll drop down to where it was. And we're not
Well, we
gonna,
still have 2 out-of-home placements.
well, not that we're paying.
Oh, okay.
This is when
Yeah,
we,
one of them is a kinship, isn't it?
one of
You're
them's a
right.
kinship,
Okay,
so
sorry.
we're not paying that. So, but unfortunately, when we have child welfare, then we have to pay this guy, so that costs.
To be fair, we have, for the size of our county, we still have an awfully small number of out-of-home placements.
We do. Yes, we do. And especially compared to some years, past years, where we had so many kids, it was, I had to mitigate. And if we don't have enough in our allocation, when we come up to the end of the fiscal year, we can allocate. One year I allocated for 200,000 because we had that many kids in placement. And we got it, and so it was good. It was good. Anytime we have a child that's in a residential, CPA certified placement, it's gonna cost more. Because we don't have any, what's the word I'm looking, home, what's the word for that? Well, we licensed home care in our county. So we go through CPAs, child placement agencies, and they cost more. But we just don't have any family foster homes, that's what I'm looking for, in the county that are licensed.
And since you're using Dan so much, that's why on the off years when we're not sending him to conference, yes, you're gonna have to now. I threw that in there.
Oh.
But it's cheap.
Oh, okay. I was like, what? Maybe
Yeah, you
not.
didn't hear that part of the conversation.
No, I didn't hear that at all, actually. I didn't hear any of that. So any other questions on the reports? Like I said, they're pretty.
The last one is that the boxes of food distributed?
Probably the commodities, yeah. Yeah, and that's interesting. This winter, this summer, we're just not seeing very many people picking up boxes. Yeah, 15, 14, 15. But
Must be the work that our VSO officer's doing.
Woke him up.
that's,
It's not me,
it's not him. It's not him. He just comes over and harasses us sometimes, but it's not him. No. No, it's not. We always like to see you, okay? No, we work well together, don't we, Dominic?
We do.
We do. We work well together. If he's got a vet or we have one that we know about, then we see what we can do. So that works well.
Not in regards to your report, but have things kind of settled down isn't quite the right word, but kind of got back to normal flow now since everybody had to transition back to what they were supposed to be getting instead of full benefits.
Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yes, we, for the food benefits, that went off a while back. And so we still have a few that complain about that.
we are still taking off some people that are locked in for Medicaid. And that's a big issue because they're getting knocked off. And they're going, why is this going on? We have to explain that again. And some of them can reapply and they're eligible, some are not because their income is too high. So then we refer them to, we have a broker, there was a broker that lived up here, was very good about finding insurance for people. And so we refer them to her. She's very good about finding the insurance because they always ask, where do you suggest that we go? Well, there's so many different insurance companies out here, but she's very, very good. And so even though she doesn't live here anymore, she has no problem doing that. And we just give them the phone number and she takes care of it. So, but yeah, we're seeing a lot with Medicaid. And Medicaid is actually one of the biggest things that we see constantly. People, something's going on, they don't return their paperwork, then they're off, and they're calling us, why is my Medicaid not working? There's, but Medicaid is a big issue because medical costs are so high. And sometimes they can go from just what we call straight Medicaid, and they go to Children's Health Plan Plus, which is still a Medicaid program. It's a little bit more limited benefits. But sometimes the kids can go there and stuff. So sometimes we're seeing them come off. They'll go into transitional benefits. If their income's too high, they stay on for a year, then they drop off. So that confuses them too, and now we're having to explain all that. But Medicaid is one of the biggest things we deal with. It really is. It's our highest caseload, even over food, because of the different Medicaid programs there are. Long-term care Medicaid, we see so much more of that now. And that's nursing home, that's in-home care, that type of stuff. And so we see a lot of applications on that. And then just Medicare savings program, if you're on Social Security and your income's low, we can pay that Medicare premium, that $174, whatever it is a month. We can pay that. So that's an application that comes in too. So we get a lot of Medicaid applications, and to know a count on how many applications or how many Medicaid cases we have is very, very hard because they go through the state, and for trying to get numbers back is hard. But I know it's well over 200, maybe close to 300 cases, that open Medicaid cases that we have. So we spend a lot of time on that. Any other questions?
Alexis said that she was going to try to be on this to talk about the event next month. I don't know if she is or not.
Oh, I don't know. She had some stuff happen yesterday. Yeah, that's going to be, and I didn't bring anything. Yeah. Okay. And I didn't bring anything with me on that. Oh, thanks, Kelly.
Maybe she'll just have her come in and.
Because she can
make a presentation.
Yes, and it's
that's the state changing the way.
Yeah, we're trying to get into that where it's a lot easier for us to do stuff with child welfare and certain aspects of it. And it's July 17th, I want to say. Is that right?
It's mid-July.
I think it's the 17th.
Yeah, and we can just have her come at a future meeting. Yeah, it's the 17th.
Yeah, but she wants, try to get you guys here. We're trying to get the sheriff's office here.
It would give the county more, if we become what's called a differential response county. It gives the county more flexibility to deal with situations as opposed to being kind of an all or nothing, iron fist, or we stay out of a family's life kind of situation. Instead, lets us deal with things more gradually and less drastically, which I think helps.
Response.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and at one time you had to have so many cases before you could become that. Mm-hmm. But I think they've loosened that up now, and so we want to try to get on it. Oh gosh, this was back in maybe 2020 or 2021, somewhere, maybe 2019. Then when this first came out, we did a little thing here in the courtroom, and then because they were telling us we were going to have to do this immediately, and then they didn't have it together, and it was chaos, and so they kind of just forgot about it a little bit. Some of the bigger counties went ahead and did it, but some of the smaller counties were like, And so now they've got it together a little bit more, and so we want to try and do it again. We've rented Lane Hall to do it, and I have money that I can use for that. So, I mean, and it's not going to cost the county anything for that. And I don't remember what time it is because I don't have that in front of me. What time? Okay, okay.
Maybe she could come in, because she was wanting to come and present to us before that happened, that July 3rd meeting. That sound good?
Oh, okay.
Maybe we can get her on the agenda for that.
Yeah.
Maybe, but we're in a jury trial, July 1st through 3rd. So hopefully it's over by the 3rd, but we can tentatively put her on the, otherwise I need her across the street.
Yeah, and if not, and if we can, and if she can't do it, I can, Alexandria and I can come over. We'll just be prepared instead of like now, because I'm like.
Sorry, I kind of popped.
Yeah, because I was like, oh, well, I could have brought stuff, but I didn't. Yeah, but we could, if nothing else, but we'll give you a little bit of a heads up.
We could go for next Wednesday, but you have to come to Wetmore. You got a bunch that's been put on that one already.
Oh, okay.
We'll probably fit better on the 3rd if you guys can make it, but we can do next week if you'd rather.
If you could do it early in the morning, because she could come up that way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if it's in Wetmore, it's kind of on her way in.
Yeah.
Okay. We could put her early on the agenda for next week then.
Okay.
Sorry, Kelly. Scratch that other one
Okay, I
out.
can scratch it out.
So what time is early? But yeah, she could.
It'll start at 9, so.
Oh, okay. If she's there.
By 9:30, we could probably
Okay.
have her up.
Yeah, because I could just have her come up then and she could just stop in and tell you and then just finish heading up the hill.
Okay.
Okay, that sounds good. Alrighty. Now, my only other thing is, I gotta talk about that window. We bought that.
Oh, the bulletproof
The
glass.
bulletproof thing, it is just not working. The tray doesn't work. We can't get papers in and out. We can't hear anybody. We are constantly, I had people in this morning and I opened the door and went out every time to talk to them and show them what they needed to fill out, because I can't slide it through there and point and say, I need you to do this and this and this. So we are opening that door all the time and it's just not working for us. We've got to do something.
So if the little metal framework came out of that speaker hole.
Yeah, and something else put in there. We got to do something with that tray because it's just not deep enough. We can't get.
You are able to take your sheet and go like this underneath before, right?
Oh, yeah, we could slip it under there. I could put my hand under there and say, I need you to sign right here, or I need you to fill this out. Can't do that now. Papers get stuck because of the way it's got a lip on both sides. Even trying to get the papers in and out of that.
It's like a job for man.
Well, I'll talk to the sheriff about.
We got to do something with it.
I mean, cut the tray out, not the sheriff.
No, but I'll talk to the sheriff about the contractor that was there.
Yeah.
That put that in, to get the contractor to say, hey, can we make that tray bigger, make that opening bigger?
Something.
And
the glass
on both
itself,
sides, on both ends of it, it needs to be curled. Right now, it's a 90 that it comes up, so you stick your papers in there and it hits the end. There's not
it's not wide, and I don't know, long enough maybe for the papers to go through and come out. It just gets hung up on there.
All right, I'll talk to the sheriff and the contractor.
Yeah, it's just total chaos with that thing.
He was also gonna look at those panels for that wall.
Yeah, I don't know.
In speaking to the ladies over there, I don't know that is really something that they.
I don't know who's got, and if you want to put those walls in there, I mean, I think it's like, wouldn't you have done that before you put the window in? Yeah, but that didn't happen. So I don't know how you're going to do that or who's going to do that,
I'll talk to the sheriff.
Okay. Yeah, it's just, that whole thing right there is just chaotic and is not working for us at all. And even changing the code on the door has been horrific because now we've got this little thing that won't shut up. Every time you put the code in, and it takes forever to get it to shut up. And,
The new alarm system with the back door.
well, let's don't even talk about that. No, I'm talking about,
you're
when we
talking
put the
about-
code in to get
When you
into
put the
our
main
office,
door.
we used to do it and you'd open the door and you say, well, now when you do it, it goes, boo, it makes all this noise and it keeps doing it even after you shut the door for a while. And I told Jordan, you need to take that off. And he told me, I can't do that because I don't even know how I got it on there. Because he was changing the code and now it just, but that one in the back door, Alexandria came in on Sunday to pick up something and couldn't get it to go off. So she calls me, she texts me, said, how do I do this? And I told her, she goes, I did that. So then she wanted to know my code because she thought maybe her code was wrong. So we tried my code. Then I came down. When I get there, we got a deputy here wanting to know what's going on. Nothing, we just can't get it to stop going off. So I got in there, we worked with it and we worked with it. She got on the phone and was talking to the security company. And the guy said he had to go, he had a security 1 code coming in and he hung up on her. And so while that's going on, I don't know what I did, but I got it to go off. At least that, woohoo, that thing probably went on 20 minutes, 30 minutes before we got it to shut off. Kelly and I have noticed, I came in on a Friday, I was there 2.5 hours, had no problem, and then it just goes off. Her and I were in that day, she came in earlier than I did, 2.5 hours later, it went off. And the other day, it went off during the day, just all of a sudden it's going off, we don't know why. Oh, and then, yeah, Sunday, Matt showed up because the security company is calling him, but we finally got it off. And then Matt told me, well, when it's, because it makes 2 different noises. One of them, it kind of does, and the other one, you got more lights and stuff. And he goes, wait till those goes off and then try to reset it. Put your code in and then do reset. Which is what I think that I did that day, but I was trying to turn it off. I was trying to do reset. I was trying everything in the world to get that thing to go off because it was just crazy.
I wish you would just say what you think.
Do you want me to tell you what I think about
No.
everything there, the wall, the alarm system, which we don't know why we need? Do you really want me to tell you about what I think about that?
No.
No. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for not saying that.
So,
I don't know. It's that alarm thing. It's like, some days I don't even want to come in because I'm afraid it's going to go off and we can't get it on. And the sheriff's office dudes picked up my phone and I had to
At
laugh.
least you know it works.
Yeah, well, I had to laugh at the deputy one day, the day that it came on during the middle of the day. And one of the deputies was then talking to Alexis and it goes off. So I said, excuse me, deputy, I need you to come out here. And he goes, yes, I will go check and make sure nobody's trying to steal the pews out of the courtroom. Okay, that'd be great, thank you. I don't know who turned that off that day. Oh, you weren't there.
I wasn't
You were at lunch, and you hadn't come back, and I don't know who turned it off, or how, we couldn't even figure out what alarm was going off.
Just punch enough buttons, it goes off.
Yeah, well, that's what I was
Very
doing Sunday
frustrating.
night. Oh, I was punching every.
well, we'll get it looked at.
Who has,
Down.
who has?
Easy.
Yeah, you ought to be in there.
Say you're not
You're
over
not
there.
in there when that thing goes
Easy,
off.
easy.
I'm telling you, it is super loud.
It is.
But does the sheriff's office have the codes for every one of us? Our names, who has
The
that?
sheriff does.
Okay, because Alexandria was wondering if she had the wrong code, but then I was putting mine in and it wasn't going off either. And I know mine's right because I've shut it off before.
I'll get a hold of somebody and we'll get proper training of what we're supposed to do and how.
It would be nice to, yeah, figure out when it does that and we can't figure out how to get it off, but I don't know.
And
But
maybe make Matt not the contact person.
Yeah.
If he's at home on the weekend and they're calling
Can
him
help.
because the alarm's gone off.
Right.
Yeah.
Says,
It
do I
needs to
just
call the
call the
sheriff.
sheriff?
It needs to be the sheriff.
But I don't know, does somebody at the sheriff's office know how to get that
You'll have to.
to shut up?
No, but they know how to get in their vehicle and come there and check it.
Yeah, they come over, I see them, it's going off, and I watch them walk over. Now, Sunday, they drove up, he just happened to drive up, and he goes, what's going on in there? Got something going on in there? No, it's just us, and it's going crazy, and we can't get it to stop.
So to add to that, when I came in the weekend prior, I opened my door, came in, I let the door open, and I went to disarm the alarm. It wouldn't disarm because the door was open.
Because the door is open. Yeah,
See-
you gotta close the door.
And it won't arm if the door is open either, so.
Oh, so,
So if the door, if something is open, if the window's open, the door is open, it will not let you disarm it.
and that's probably why we had a problem on Sunday, because Alexandria came in, and I thought she told me she got it to go off, and she said, no, I never got it to go off. But she went ahead and went in our office to grab what she needed, and she left that door open, our office door open. So maybe that was also causing the problem. Well, no, because I finally got it to stop, and the door was still open. I don't know.
Could you mute your sound, please, sir, on your phone?
So I don't know,
Thank you.
but it's just, yeah, it can be challenging. How's that?
Well, we'll get it looked at.
Okay, now you guys want me to leave, I know you do. Let me see, can I think of anything else while I'm here?
Nice to
I know
see
it's
you.
only once a month.
I know, that's right, that's right.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, yeah, and I'll let Alexis know about next Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay?
Thank you. Thank you very
Perfect.
much.
All right, thank you, guys. Oh, yeah, I got my checks, thanks.
Whew. And IT is a written report now.
So the inventory list there is just of computers and any IT equipment. And then they're gonna start going through all the computers, the Toughbook computers that the SO bought, Sheriff's Office bought for the Tyler stuff. And then, yeah, we should be current with all the core requests that have come in lately.
Okay.
Good enough.
That would bring up Dominic.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is too.
Morning, morning, sir. Morning, Kelly. Oh, no, what? Living the dream.
Oh, he was good till he did that.
Yeah, I know. We do the whole thing. All right, you ready?
Roger that.
So I didn't bring you my visual aid. I had a veteran reach out to me. He has a monthly breakfast meeting with a bunch of veterans, and none of them have filed claims. So he had me ambush him this morning, so I'm coming right from that. So I didn't bring my pie chart, but I can go over the numbers with you. So days open for last month. I was in the office 14 out of 17 days. I took 3 days I was out, went down to Texas. And I was reminded why I left Texas the first time I stopped for gas. And I opened the door and that humidity hit me in the face. Scheduled appointments, I had 56, 6 no-shows, 28 walk-ins. New power of attorneys that I submitted were 12, so brought me to 161 total. The intent to file submitted was 6, so we're at 204. And again, that's just to maximize compensation. New and increased claims, 14, so that brings me to 145 total. And again, 56 of those were first-time claims, so that's veterans that are not enrolled in VA healthcare, have filed claims, and they're unknown to the VA. I will tell you that the GDX report, the fiscal year 23 GDX report came out last week. So fiscal year 22, we had a decrease in the number of veterans by 96. And then from 22 to 23, it's decreased by another 18. So hopefully next year, the number is going the other way with all the veterans I'm bringing in and identifying. Supplemental claims submitted, and again, those are the ones that were denied, and I found new and relevant evidence. There was 1, which brings me to 47 total. Higher level reviews was 4, so that's now 19 total. And those higher level reviews are when the VA is making mistakes on claims, and I'm having to push back. Individual unemployability claims, I didn't submit any new ones. I have 1 favorable, 2 denied, 1 pending. That 1 pending is looking favorable as well, so I'll take that veteran to 100%. Total claims as of the end of May was 215. and then no new burial reimbursement claims at this point. I am working on with a couple of widows who are trying to get headstones to the VA to put on their significant others plot. So I've got 2 or 3 of those in the works. No new VA debt waivers, even though I've identified a couple, but again, because of that mistake on the VA's part with pension and Social Security, they still don't know how they're going to deal with that. But I do have a couple of veterans that are receiving that non-service connected pension that I'm working to get service connected. Increase in compensation. 29 veterans service connected that had previously not filed claims. Out of those 56, increased monthly compensation is up to $67,204 a month. Retro payments totaling $392,000, $392,500 in retro payments since August 1st. It says 2 retro payments here. One of them just went through yesterday, but it was only for like $374. So there's only that one outstanding retro payment that hasn't been done. And again, that's those retirees. So they're getting DOD retirement and also VA benefits. So they have to do an audit between VA and DFAS. So that's what takes a little bit longer. So total compensation, and again, that's projecting out through the end of this year, about $1.2 million. And that's for those folks that have got rating decisions so far. Like I said, I didn't print my pie chart out, but we're hovering right around 78% favorable outcomes. And again, all those denials, 3 of them, the veteran said the wrong thing at the appointment, and all the other ones are mistakes on the VA's part. So I'm having to push back. Shocker, I know. So that's why we're hovering around 78% favorable outcomes. And obviously it'll increase with when I get those other ones flipped back around. 60% of my claims are being processed at this point, so 40% pending, but obviously the more claims I'm putting in. And now I'm starting to put in more comprehensive claims because I've got past the initial ones with a lot of folks. So those other folks that I've been working with, they're working on grabbing whatever. So I'm putting more comprehensive claims together at this point. As far as outreach goes, the 7th I met with the American Legion, gave them updates. We were out in Wetmore on the 16th. We had 5 veterans and 1 widow show up there. So it's still beneficial for us going out there. And 2 of those veterans that came out there that last time had never filed claims. So working on that. So that's still a benefit to going out there. The 18th, American Legion did the tip event over at Willie's Place. I'm not sure about the amount of money that they raised, but I was out there supporting that. Right after that, I ran over to the VFW and briefed them on what's going on with veteran services. 520, we had the Mount Carmel Veteran Business Outreach Center, or the VBOCC liaison. He came out. He had individual appointments with 3 veteran-owned businesses here in the county, and then they had a networking event from 3 to 8 p.m. at the library, and we had 7 veteran-owned businesses show up there. And again, what we're trying to do is get those veteran-owned business to network, and they can refer business each other and keep each other afloat. The 25th was obviously the Memorial Day Parade. The 27th, we had the observance. We had the Air National Guard do their flyover, so I haven't seen an influx in tinnitus claims since then, but I know they came down pretty low, which was good. Speaking of that, the Memorial Park. When I first got here, I talked to Buck about getting a static display out there, and I have a lead on an aircraft that's up in Greeley. So I tried to catch Buck yesterday, but he wasn't in his office. But obviously, it will be at Silvercliff Town's expense of getting it down here, but it's a free plane, and it belongs to the Air Force Museum, so it's in pristine condition. So we'd have to get folks up there to take the wings and the tail off, get a crane to put it on the flatbed, get it down here, get a crane to unload it, get somebody to do concrete, and then we could put up in place. But
where? It's
in Greeley. There's a Space Force building in Greeley, believe it or not, but it's there and they don't want it. So all they need is somebody to come get it. So I've talked to a few people. I've already had somebody tell me they can provide us with a flatbed. They can do the concrete at no cost. They would just donate the time and whatever. So
where you want to put it?
At the Memorial Park. I had somebody suggest we get a destroyer, but I don't know where we're going to put a destroyer. Bucket have to put a pond in there first, so we can put a destroyer in there. So I am working on that to try and get something static down here.
I don't think Live and Good is okay on that size. So.
Yeah, probably not.
We'll just get a periscope from and put it in the pond. That'll satisfy the Navy guys. All right. I conducted a claims clinic for veterans that were participating in a couples retreat down at the Veterans Rescue Ranch. So with Christy and Jeff's nonprofit down there. So they had 3 veteran couples down there. So I went down there and talked to them about claims and pursuing claims, which was good. And it's, again, supporting what they're doing with their mission. The 31st, we had the Veterans Connection, Custer County, with Representative Brittany Pedersen. I thought it went, Lucas was there too. I thought it went really well. I was only supposed to be there for 10 minutes, but you know how that goes. So she seemed very interested in what I had to say. I have a follow-up email that I'm drafting to send to Justin, who's her liaison here for her office. So I've got that going. I know Jeff from Veterans Rescue Ranch has already reached out and CC'd me on the email with some of the stuff that we talked about that day, but she seemed very interested in what was going on in here in Custer County and the things that I had to bring up and had to say. So
she put her schedule on hold.
Yeah.
For us.
Yeah. She was supposed to leave, but she stayed a little longer so she could hear what we had to say. So yeah, I felt pretty good coming out of that meeting with them. So that was good. Our Veterans Coffee Social is still every Wednesday. We're averaging about 10 veterans per week. We had the 4 events last month. And typically we're getting somebody new every week. Today we didn't get anybody new, so it was just kind of the same crowd. But we're starting to get our snowbirds back as well. So they're all coming back into town, so they're showing up. And then obviously with Facebook, I'm sharing updates on whatever's going on. As far as upcoming stuff, I've got the American Legion meeting on the 4th, which we already did. Our Wetmore Community Center, we did already. The Angel Fire New Mexico run to take the POW flag down, that still, we still haven't come up with a date of when we're going to do that. It's just everything's kind of been up in the air. Women's Veterans Day, which is today, and that marks when the act was signed, and it's not a specific day for women's veterans, but it's when the act was signed in 1948, allowing women to serve in the service, and that's what we're celebrating. That was supposed to be an event that was happening today here in Custer County, and the Women's Veterans VSO for the state was supposed to be here. Apparently some verbiage was added to the bill that she wrote, which is honestly disgusting. It talks about the prevalence of assaults on women in the military, which had no bearing on that. So she's not happy, so she nixed the whole thing, and the bill didn't even get signed in time anyway. So we nixed that whole thing, but she's not happy. As far as our grant goes with the Veterans Assistance Grant, I know it's favorable. I just don't know how much we're getting yet. We were supposed to find out last week, but the state changed their process. So we're supposed to find out this week, but I do know it's favorable because they've already notified all the people that did not get it. I did ask for $100,000. Whether we get that or not, I don't know, because it's all points based. And when I talked to Lisa, when I first started doing this, I asked her historically if the VSOs from Custer County had applied for it, and the answer was no. So that counts against us on the points. But Lisa knows who I am and what I do, so hopefully that counts for something. But hopefully, right, yeah. Thanks, Bill. Hopefully we'll find out before the end of this week. I keep checking my email to see if I've got anything, but I haven't seen anything yet. I just know that she told us Monday that the process has changed, and we'll find out this week. So, but that's all I have.
Could you add in your statistics who you help from here, just a number of Custer County and then out of county?
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Please.
Easy, because that's already identified.
Okay.
Yeah, I can extrapolate that easy. Okay.
You had worked some training up I believe the assistant VSO.
Up in Fremont?
In Fremont.
Mm-hmm.
Any success story from that or anything? Is that progressing well?
Yes.
There?
So when I was there, obviously the veterans that were coming through, they were kind of disgruntled and essentially just said they don't want to work. The office want to work with me, so that they are working with me. But there was one unique one that came up, and I told her I was not going to handle that one. I wanted her to handle it, and I was going to walk her through it. That veteran's now 100%. So yeah, the other VSO put something in there that delayed it and slowed it down, which I told her not to do, and he went ahead and did it anyway. So it did slow it down, but he is now 100%. And then we're able to chase down the other stuff now to get in the home modification because he has had a leg amputated. So she's starting that process now, getting his home modification grant. But this is somebody that they've been working with. Well, the other VSO was working with for 10 months and gotten nothing done. So in less than a month, we got them 100%, and now we're pressing forward with other stuff. I did have to stop by there up in Fremont County the other day, because obviously I live in Fremont County, and somebody stole my license plate off my motorcycle while I was in Pueblo, so I had to go get a new one. So I did stop in to say hi to her while I was up there. She's already done her background fingerprints for getting her access to VBMS, so then she'll have a PIF card, and then she'll be able to see everything that I can see. But she's been there for a year and not had access to that, but I got her all set up to do that. So hopefully she'll have access to that soon. But while I was there, she had a veteran that was sitting in office who got rated at 30% from not his first claim. And he came in to just let her know and was asking, how he enrolls in VA healthcare and benefits and yada, yada, yada. And she didn't know how to answer any of his questions. So she was like, it seems like you always come in at the right time. So I educated him. This is how you enroll in VA healthcare. These are your benefits, yada, yada, yada. We get done. And she's like, I knew none of that. I said, how do you know none of that? You've been in the job for a year now. And she goes, because when veterans come in and ask about anything related to VA healthcare, the other VSO gives them the phone number to call because he doesn't want to deal with any of those questions. It's benefits and compensation. It doesn't change. It's the same, whatever the rating is. And they should know that stuff. But this is part of what I brought up with Congresswoman Pedersen. If a veteran comes into my office, they're going to get one experience, and they should get that same experience. And I'm not saying my way is the right way or the best way, but they should get that same experience regardless of what VSO's office they go in here in the state, whether it be a state VSO or a county VSO. And the problem is there's not, because there's no standards and there's no accountability. So Justin did ask me, well, is the problem with standards or is it with accountability? I said, well, how can you have accountability if there's no standards? My big push, and we did have a meeting with county VSOs a couple of weeks ago because I sat on that board, and I kept hearing the same things out of these VSOs' mouths. It was, oh, we get paid by county commissioners. We don't need state's involvement in county. I said, oh, we work for our county commissioners. And I was like, no, you work for your veterans and you get paid by the county. I'm like, and that's where the breakdown is. I'm like, you've lost sight of that. Take care of your veterans. Your county is the one that compensates you, but you should be working for your veterans. So that's part of the push that I had with Congressman Pedersen, was making sure that there's standards, because it should be. And nobody should be complaining about the VA when we can't even work on the same page here with county and state. So that's it. But I will definitely add that in and put it on my numbers.
Thank you, though. Help me out on some things.
Yep.
Do you have anything for me to sign today?
Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I just came from that other meeting, so I forgot to bring it. But I'll run it back over. The CVA 26. Yep, I'll run that back over. I'll go print it out right now.
I'll make the motion that we approve that.
I'll second it.
And a motion on the floor to approve the CV 26. CV or
CVA.
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 Yep.
Without it in front of me, I can't remember. Too many acronyms.
Yeah, I'll go print it out right now.
Any further discussion on that?
No, sir.
Okay, those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. That motion carries. So, yeah, as soon as you have it, I can sign it.
Yeah, I'll just go print it out right now and bring it over.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thanks a bunch.
Thanks, sir.
See ya.
Okay, so that takes us, no CSU report, so that would be Human Resources. You're up, sir.
Morning.
Morning. Still is morning.
For a little bit yet, we're still there. Okay. All right, so I have a few things. First off, before I report, just another thanks for letting me go and attend the CCI conference. It's a bit informative. Attended some of the sessions. So found that informative and able to maybe take some things back or things to think about here. So thank you for that. So I've been working on the CTSI property and casualty insurance renewal. That's due back to them June 14th. So I have a packet on my desk of basically ask a bunch of questions and process, and if we have certain things and value of different buildings and all of that. So most of that, I either have access to the information or know who to reach out. So I plan on getting that, be able to get that back on time. Also, CTSI is requesting input from counties, including us, for their 2025 county health pool renewal, which is due back by June 28th. So it's just a real simple statement, and I provided a cut and paste of what was in the letter they sent. There's a couple ways you can do it. If you want to have a work session, you can talk about it. I've thought about sending an email to all the employees, asking for some feedback from them. Of course, some of the feedback really at that point was, is there some kind of coverage that you would like to see that you don't have now? As opposed to, well, it costs too much. That's not so much the point of, I think, where they're asking for is comments or feedback
on coverage.
Yeah, it's basically coverages or exclusions, or maybe adding another deductible level or something like that. So, so I just bring that up to you. If after today, if that's acceptable to you, is in generalize it, I'll go ahead and send that out and at least open that up for the employees to at least have some input as to those types of things, unless you want to do anything different.
No.
Okay.
Sounds good.
Talked with Francisco Chacon with the Colorado Retirement Association. They're our retirement plan folks. Generally, he comes out on sites once a year to do employee meetings where employees can meet with him, and they can take a look at where they're at with their retirement plan and deductions, and if they're on track to meeting their retirement goals and all that kind of stuff. So I've worked with him he'll be out here July 17th, and scheduling time with the employees. I think I've worked to have him available and use the courthouse. Is it right across from the
It's my elections
room? On the 17th, he schedules generally 30-minute meeting segments. And I help him coordinate that. And then on the 18th, he will going out to Road and Bridge to meet with those folks first thing in the morning. And I've already contacted Sherry, so she's aware of that and to be available. And I'll work as those dates get closer to help him get that scheduled. CTSI would like to come and give their annual 5-year loss analysis presentation. He's given me available dates of July 17th, August 14th, but he's only available until 11, August 21 and 28. If there's any of those dates that seem to be more better fit for schedules, I can take that information back to them.
So, excuse me, it's not the same guy, right?
It's Mr. Wagner. Stevie's the new rep. I talked to him briefly at the CCI conference. He's the one that would be coming out. They come out once a year to all the member counties and just give an update on losses and workers' comp and property claims and those kinds of
Yeah,
things.
we've had, was him, but we've seen.
Yeah, they come out once a year. So
those are all Wednesdays.
Right.
We all have BOCC meetings, so maybe schedule for the 28th.
Okay.
August 28th. It's the end of the month.
Okay.
For August. So let's look at that one.
Okay, I will send that off to him. All right, so effective July 1st of 2024, the United States.
28th.
What's that?
Is that your UACOG one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So do we want to look at a different date?
Yeah, let's look at the 21st.
Got it?
Please. Thank you.
Sorry. I jumped ahead before jumped ahead of you. Does that work for everybody?
Yeah, so 1 o'clock or something.
So, the 1st of July, the minimum, going back up, for exempt employees, in addition to certain requirements of a job that push it toward the position being able to be classified as exempt, usually under the positions of professional, executive, or administrative. Each one of those, there's a minimum wage that the employees in that position have to earn or make as part of the requirements to be considered exempt. July 1, the Department of Labor, U.S. Department of Labor, is increasing that minimum salary threshold. What that will do is force employers or force so that employees in those positions, more of them will have to be classified as non-exempt, therefore making them eligible for overtime or wages at time and a half. So the wages going up to 43,888. I'm in the process of doing a position classification or audit. So that fits into that process of what I've already started, about halfway through that. And it will help me identify those employees that may potentially impact. At this point, I can't tell you if it's how many or if anybody's going to impact that, but it's been on my list of things working on. In fact, I was working on that before I had my leave, medical leave. So I'll continue that. And so interestingly enough, January 1 of 25, that same threshold will be increased again to 58,656. And then I think it's the year after that, it's scheduled to go up again.
Okay.
So the feds are incrementally increasing that minimum threshold for positions to be classified as exempt, making more of them positions employees eligible for time and a half.
Okay.
So, and as I get more information, I'll certainly bring in that forth to the board. Then one thing I didn't get on here, but I wanted to make sure I brought forth. So there is a new, I won't say new, an act in Colorado. It's called the Collective Bargaining Employees Act, opening the door for city and county employees to a pathway for them to begin the process of unionizing. Before that was prohibited, but now they're able to do that. And there's a process.
They bailed out of that. That came in some time ago. They had all the counties at certain population or whatever.
Yeah. This one doesn't give a population. It doesn't.
It's a new bill.
Yeah, it's called the Collective Bargaining by County Employees Act. As I've read through it, it doesn't stipulate or give outs based on population or any of those
I'll have
things.
to go pull up what we did.
That would be helpful. And as I've looked at it, employees can, the process of unionizing under the act would begin when at least 30% of county employees in a bargaining unit, as claimed by the employee organization, seek certification. File a petition with the Colorado Department of Labor showing of interest, and then that starts the ball rolling where the Colorado Department of Labor has interactions with the county. And
I have the same recollection as Commissioner Kanda on that as well, because at that time, I don't know that it was population, but number of employees.
Yeah, if we have that, I would.
Well, look, because you might have done a resolution.
because we were able to opt
Resolution or
out,
just-
but like Fremont County had to participate.
The impact was more than our budget could handle, even
Right.
just to do the normal meetings.
Sure. So I'd be glad to have it. So I just wanted to make you bring it have it come to the front so that we're at least, if something were to come down that way, I've had a discussion and there's some idea like this that you're talking about, we'll be able to work off of it.
Touch base on the core request briefly that
Oh,
we got. based
there's
upon that.
a core request I'm working on, just finished while I was waiting. Although it doesn't say why they're asking for information, but based on the email address, I have suspicion that it's somehow tied to somebody or some unions or some group wanting to help employees unionize. I don't have any proof of that, it's just a supposition based on the email address. So, for what that's worth. Then there, I was 4 copies, I think it was by Lucas and Commissioner Day. Senate Bill 24-3131 about the
Sensitive places bill.
and so I'm willing to work up a resolution based on what you provided from Douglas County.
Yes.
If you want me to, because it kind of ties into employee stuff.
Let me interject here. I was gonna bring it up at the end because I didn't know we could bring it up, but Logan County came up with one last Wednesday. I have copies of them. I'll give copies to each of us here. I was gonna hand them out.
Okay.
It's a very good written resolution, and I'll let you take a look at it, Dan. I just copied it this morning.
So just offering if you want.
Before we decide to write it, we gotta
Yeah.
look at the options.
Right, so just offering if you want me to jump in to help. If not, I've got other things to do.
Yeah. Plenty.
Update on the finance director recruitment. So as of today, I have 1 application. And the position closes on the 17th. So at that time, I will reach back to the board and.
Was that submitted before we put it out worldwide, or?
It's already posted worldwide.
I know it is. I'm just asking when that application came in.
Oh, yesterday. Came in yesterday.
So it's a new application.
Yeah, new as opposed to the previous
Ones that
posters.
we have sitting in the.
Yeah, new as of yesterday.
Are they asked to come to you, or was it coming to Mike?
They're coming to me.
Okay, good.
They're coming to me.
Good. We're gonna keep it open as long as we can get it.
So if we don't get appropriate response where you're happy with applications or the number by the 17th, you certainly can keep it open until filled, or change the closing date, or you can adjust it however you
Good.
want.
Well, that's Monday, so one isn't enough. So
Yeah.
Keep it going.
Let's go till at least the end of July. I mean, and I would leave it open-ended, but we need to watch what the cost is doing.
Yeah, I'll certainly
So-
work with Mike, because he did most of the postings, or did all that. He has that information, so I'll be glad to work
Yeah, he never
with
told
him.
us what, I think he put it in, what do you do, Pueblo and Spring?
Yeah, he sent
Plus
out a
the,
list of where it was posted. I just don't know the dollar
Yeah.
impact.
Okay.
And I
A lot of
can work with-
websites, that's good.
Can get that and can be a consideration.
Okay.
Okay. All right, so I've had conversations with Mountain States Employers Council regarding having one of the reps come here and do a one-on-one on-site to train with the department heads and supervisors on topic of discrimination in the workplace and the law of EEOC. It would be a class for the cost of approximately $3,900 for a 4 to 8 hour class. And the max that they, in the class would be 25 employees. I don't think we'll have any problem filling it. I would like to have as many, but it initially targeted to supervisory positions and managers and department heads and things of that nature. I also reached out to CTSI. They do have trainings, but the ones that they have are all video-based or online-based. And I haven't, because I talked to the new rep, and he pointed me to the website and said all of our classes are there. And the only thing I could find are, online or video-based or online training. So not that that's wrong, but I would prefer just for initially to have someone in person to do that as I try and ramp up that type of posture with the employees and stuff. So, but along the same topics, I would like to start as soon as practical to schedule some video. These are all the classes listed here are from CTSI. They're online based. Most of them are interactive, the ones I've seen. But basically required for all employees. They would have to have some computer availability and have to work with Vernon on that. But for all employees, civil rights, discrimination, sexual harassment prevention, bullying and respect in the workplace, harassment and diversity, respecting differences, that's the employee version. So there is a supervisory version.
Okay.
And then defensive driving, refresher course. I know CTSI is very big on wanting to do that. I've had them out to do that with other employers. It works really well, and I think it would be helpful. And then some just basic first aid emergency action, especially for departments like Road and Bridge and others, and first where people are out and about in the community and protecting our own folks.
Them, I believe they re-up their first aid cards every 2 years.
Perfect.
I believe a local provider through the EMS, but you might check with Road and Bridge on that.
Okay.
That may be available as an in-person or something.
Oh, I like that, if they could tie into that.
So,
And then for public health and possibly human services, they have a HIPAA privacy security online training. I think it's just appropriate. They may be very much in their wheelhouse and have that knowledge, but I think it's important to have some just refresher, especially on many things. And then for Road and Bridge, especially it's a DOT required for supervisors, drug and alcohol recognition. Because of the DOT requirements, that type of training for supervisors is required. And they may already have an outlet for that, but if they don't, this may be able to help them with that. And then additionally for supervisors, through CTSA, they have an online just on county budgets. That's a broad perspective of what county budget and budget process and requirements, all of that is. I think it would be very, very helpful just to kind of give some awareness to our department heads and supervisors. Then how to be a good leader, supervisory training, there's 2 parts to that. Then basics of process of workers' compensation. I would like to do a follow-up with our supervisors on internal processes and what it means to file a first report of injury and all that communication. And then for supervisors, it's more of a harassment, diversity, and respecting differences. So a follow-up on the OEM pickup, the damage. So that is, we have a second opinion on the damage to it, and that has been forwarded to CHSI and their adjuster. I think last I saw in emails that they may be looking to okay the additional work. There was some concern about that it may push that into being a total, but I don't have that for sure yet. This seems to be, I've heard both directions, so I don't know.
It would need to be something we need to know if they would total it on out before we started work on it.
Yeah, so I asked those folks that said, yeah, don't do anything on it yet, just kind of put a stay with that, and may work through it.
Have you been in touch with the body shop in Canyon, or
No.
just Robin has been the
Yeah,
one to
she's been
contact?
doing that, and I didn't want to muddy the waters. If that communication is working well,
You shouldn't, that's good.
Yeah.
yeah, let that communication continue, and then I'll work with the insurance company. So just as a summary, I'm coming on 5 months now. I've had with a month or so being absent, but I just thought I'd give you a perspective on where I see the human resources functions within the county now. I think I've mentioned that it's my observation that human resources risk management function for the county has been largely decentralized. That's due to a lot of functions, not necessarily anybody's fault, but just necessary to be able to keep up with the needs. That, however, is leading to a system where each department is operating essentially as their own human resources department, which is not a good thing. That type of a situation can lead to numerous unintended consequences that need to be corrected. Going forward, I'd like to work with the board to begin to centralize the human resources functions and risk management. I think in talking with Vern from the finance audit, I think that's some of the feedback as well from the auditors, is that we need to begin to centralize.
That's why we created a human resources department.
Yeah, so it's to begin to bring that back together. And so I see an urgent need to audit position classifications and make any corrections as identified, so I'm in the process of that. Create a board-approved listing of all budget-approved positions. Currently, to my knowledge, there really isn't a listing of the budget and the board is approved for you to have X number of this position and number of this position. And it's just kind of up to the employee department head. Well, I want to hire a new equipment operator one, or a new this or a new that, and there's no control mechanisms.
We either create a position or we drop it.
Yeah, so there's no way for the board, because that finance is a product of the budget, and board controls the budget, and so there should be a mechanism for that.
Yeah.
To update and audit and update all job descriptions. So I've still in the process of collecting them. I have some electronic, others that I've read are clearly outdated, and so that needs to be done. There was a great need to create what's called a position classification pay scale. It essentially right now is new hires and or employees are paid at whatever the department head chooses to pay them. It's kind of a scary thought, at least from my perspective, that the employees, their department heads have that latitude. Again, that's a budget control, and it brings up all kinds of things that we don't want to talk about that really need to be fixed. Update and revise employee handbook. That's been mentioned in times with the board. Centralize all recruitment functions, because right now departments are or have been recruiting on their own, and
sometimes they hear about it, sometimes
they don't. I've had, not necessarily here, but I've had other places where an employee walks in and says, "So here, pick up my paycheck." Okay, who are you? Well, I started 2 weeks ago. Well, that's nice. So I want to avoid those kinds of things. So the next several is to clean up some of the records, personnel records, especially in the CCI system. I tried to print reports out of there for different reasons, and there's employees who are listed as active in there that they've been gone. Vice versa, when it talks about ask for position, all it says is is it classified or non-classified. no titles, it's just kind of wild in there. And so that pays a direct import on the Medicare D reporting and annual 1094 and 1095C reporting that has to go out. Because it's all tied together to one interconnected process. And right now just the core request I'm trying to work on, they want titles of employees' positions. Well, I can't give it to them because it's not in the system. It's just, well, I know this person, I think this is the title of their position and this was their position. And so it's just all needs cleaned up. Locate and centralize all employee personnel files. Took me probably 2 months of searching to find what I believe are the majority of current employee files. But I know there's, just in looking at the ones, there's people in there that are gone, or there's files that employees that currently have that there's nothing for them. And so that needs to be cleaned up. And prep for 2025 employee benefits open enrollment. It's going to take that long to get everything pulled together so that we can have a clean open enrollment process. Those are the big things. There's a list of others, but those are the ones high on the list.
Couple of things. First of all, the 2022 Act that created collective bargaining for county employees excludes from the definition of a county counties with less than 7,500 population.
That's what I thought. Perfect. I don't
So
have to worry about it.
we are good there. At
Yay!
least now, with the
So
population.
what's population now?
Yep.
47.
I found was
You get a gold star for the
I get
year.
a gold star.
Thank you. That's one thing I don't have to worry about.
And I want to emphasize that something you kind of inferred in your very end of your comments there. An Open Records Act request is just about records that exist.
Exactly.
I don't want you manipulating information or coming.
I
It's
have,
not an Open Information Act
I
request.
have cautioned Vernon
Go find it.
as he's come in, asked for input. I've cautioned him, do not create a record. As he's talked about, he's wanting to be helpful. They said, I appreciate that attitude, but do not create a record. I've got a record request that I processed. I've had several that have come in and they want records that don't exist. And therefore, I would have to create the record. I've had some ask questions. Like, well, I can't answer, I can't provide that because it's not a record. The one I'm just finishing, but they want information that, like the titles. It's not a record we have. Now, normally it would make sense that they would have that record, but we don't. And I'm not gonna go create one just to fix his. And so I 100% agreement with that.
Okay. When we get a record, then it'll be there.
Yeah. If the law, and my premise has always been that if we have a record that the statute says you can have, I'll give it to you. If I don't have it, and I can't give it to you, and if the statute excludes certain types of records, like employees' home address, their phone number, those types of things, you can't have it. I don't have an opinion as to what you get. It's just based on statute.
Thank you.
Okay. That's all I have for the report.
No.
Okay,
One
thanks.
second and I'll fire you up for the next section. How's that?
Perfect.
Human Resources was our last staff report. Everybody okay? Keep going? All righty, so no unfinished business, so we move into new business. Our first item would be the consideration of a temporary stay for employees sick and vacation leave rolling over into personal time off the PTO.
So shortly after I started, I began to hear people questions and where are we at with the rollover of sick and vacation, the PTO? And so at that point, I began to myself ask questions because that all happened before I started. And that has, the intensity of those questions have increased. And in the employee handbook on page 13, it talks about when the county went from I call a segregated leave process, sick, vacation, bereavement, and all those kinds of things, into aggregated, where sick and vacation roll into PTO, paid time off policy. So the person can take accrued time for any reason. It doesn't have to be segregated for, I'm going to take a vacation, I'm going to use sick leave or whatever. And so as part of that, when that happened, a process and a time frame for allowing the sick employees sick and vacation that they had on the books at the time of the transition, that they would be given, best as I can tell, a year, give or take, to be able to work those hours down. And the way it's listed in the handbook is they would have they could continue to use those up until the date, this is described in here, would be July 16th, 2024. It's basically the deadline. And so I've put that out to employees, saying, they were asking, when is the deadline? When do I have to use these up? And it's a reasonable request. And so I sent that out to the employees saying, handbook says this. So then I began to have questions come back. Well, my department head said this, my supervisor said that.
The handbook was our handbook.
Yeah, I heard this, I heard that. I've been keeping my record of my unused sick and vacation offline. I've been keeping those. My supervisor has been keeping those for me. And just variations of all of that. And my comments to many of them is, well, if you have something different that's different than what's in the employee handbook, please give me a copy of it. Because I can't work with, I said, he said, someone said to me that is irrelevant. I said to them, and I've had many give me massive hours that they show. And then I pull up what's up in the computer system, and they're vastly different. You know, as of right now, when I ran the report, the total outstanding, we call leave of, liability. In other words, if all employees took their sick and vacation all at once right now, the grand total sitting financially, the financial hit to the county would be like $716,000 if we had to pay it out right now. And I'm sure you've had discussions with Lisa that you have to carry that as a liability on books, which is the reason for trying to roll that off.
That's assuming it's real. So how do you know it's certified leave that really is authorized, that is payable?
That's the discussions I've been having with Vernon. Jim has been helping, and Lisa. I think even some of the auditors had the questions like, so what's real? And I'm not comfortable, or my recommendation is we don't enforce the July 16th deadline hard and fast, because I don't know what's real. Vernon and Lisa and Jim said they don't know if the number in the computer.
So who set that date?
That was what we said in the
policy.
Yeah, it's in the personnel.
Yeah, whenever, I guess it was Braden or whoever wrote the policy.
So it was just a year out from when you approved the handbook.
Yeah, it says, as of the day of this approval of this handbook, which is July 16th, 2023, employees will continue to have available to them their current accruals of sick and vacation for 1 year.
Okay.
And then after that, the balances roll over to PTO, up to the 300-hour cap for vacation and sick. And my conversations is you can do that. So anything above the 300 hours would go away.
Right.
So if you're sick and or vacation, when it rolls over, pushes that 300-hour cap, whatever goes above 300 cap goes away.
Right.
You can do that if you apply it to sick leave. Sick leave you can do that with. Vacation, you cannot. Vacation is an accrued benefit, and therefore you can't just arbitrarily take it away because it's something.
Can't pull it back.
Yeah, they've earned it, and so you can't pull it back. And so
If they've got it already, but you
Yes.
can have a policy that says it will be capped.
yeah, you can have a policy that says that your PTO is capped at X.
Right.
But in this case, if you're rolling vacation into that, and the vacation hours push to 300 cap,
Yeah, you'd have to have it
You have
separated.
a-
You've got to have a clear policy.
policy, and my comment to the employees was, if you're in that situation, then you won't accrue any more PTO, because the policy says it's capped, and we can't take the vacation away, so vacation would sit on top, and then you use down the new PTO hours until you hit 300. And then after you get to 300, then you can start accruing again. That way you're in compliance with 300-hour cap, because the handbook says you can't have more than 300, but you're not taking away those hours because they've earned them. But the question is, I can't tell you what the correct number for each employee is. So my suggestion or recommendation is that we put a stay on that sentence of the 1 year. I've talked with Vernon, and he's talked with Lisa, and they've identified a methodology, which I agree with, to identify that, to audit those hours per person, to do that, to let that happen, and the employees have the process where we can have that discussion with them. Because the employee says, well, I have 500 hours of vacation. And the system says, well, no, we show you have 20. So somewhere in there is the right answer. That way that you would hope.
Why would the system be wrong?
Yeah. Well, as I've understood it.
The system has always been wrong. Time Clock Plus has been a nightmare since we started it. But it's my understanding, now that you're getting CIC to work, that some stuff within CIC and Time Clock
They don't
Plus,
talk.
yeah, once you fix it or get everything in there right, they will talk, right?
Yeah.
I met with Braden and Lisa several times and said, Time Clock Plus is not right. I finally quit putting stuff in Time Clock Plus. I still do it the way I always did it. I've got, when my staff takes sick or vacation, they give me a sheet. I add it to a spreadsheet I have, so I have proof of what my staff has. And hopefully we can get that put into Time Clock Plus and it will work. But until I'm confident about Time Clock Plus, I'm gonna keep doing it the old-fashioned way.
Yeah, because there's.
And other departments are doing that same thing.
Okay.
CIC is.
Road
And
bridge,
there's
the sheriff keeps hard
employees who
copies
are
of everything.
doing it themselves.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying what you have is wrong, or what this employee has is wrong, but somewhere in that
It's
big
gotta get, you gotta
mess.
get it centralized. There's
So how
no-
long
this
do we do the
cannot
stay?
Work this way.
Stays one thing, and then
I'm saying
what's
the end of
answer?
September, somewhere in there. It's just a
Look at it.
guess to give Vern, I talked to Vern, he said, you and Lisa and Jim need to get, all need to get past the audit. And I think we're there now, we're close to being there, before this kind of brain damage.
Does every department have a process? Are they all doing it like Kelly is, or are they?
Variations of that.
But is there
Some
really a
aren't.
record in all the departments?
Some departments, yes, some no.
Like, no, I mean, like.
They just go off of
They don't
what's
even know.
in here. Some of them
But
are,
that's a system. I mean, is there written proof of something in each department?
I can't tell you yes, I can't tell you no.
But before CIC, we had to give the auditors every year a sheet that we filled out with everybody's sick and vacation, and the auditors
Right.
would say, okay, this person is gonna lose this many, however many hours, because they didn't use a month. So you kind of have a starting point, and then you know this person got this much vacation, this much sick over this time. On the ones that didn't keep track, you should be able to.
I think there's a methodology to get us there.
Yeah, we can go back through the hours that people actually worked and come up with.
Right, it can get us there.
Per month, what they appeared.
I'm not comfortable with saying what we have now is right.
Right.
Now, I do have some policy recommendations that I'll bring to the board about how to manage situations where employees can't get the time off. You alluded to. Basically, it says at the director's discretion, or he or she can make this request. It basically says this employee X, because our department has been so busy and I haven't been able to let them be gone, because I need them here and they can't be gone. And so because of that, they haven't been able to use their hours. And so they make a request that basically says that for this person, for this situation, I would like for them to be able to carry over hours that they would normally lose because of the cap. And that's a very common way. And so there's things like that I want to begin to have us look at as part of all this.
What was the date you said you want to extend this to?
I'm thinking end of September.
If we do this, I think it probably should be by resolution, since it's part of the policies. We need to technically amend the policies, and I don't know that you really should do that by a voice vote.
I agree.
No, we need to do it right, but this particular action here is deciding to stop and do it right.
Right.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying, in case there's anybody here who is gonna just make a motion, I'm just saying.
The motion is just what we're dealing with right now, is to give him time to come back with.
So you're saying have a resolution to stay in.
Right.
No, because we're changing.
That's what I'm saying, yes.
Yes,
we're changing the handbook.
Because the handbook specifically says July, whatever.
That makes more sense now, the way you
We
stated
need to
that.
change that July date to the September 30th, or whatever we decide, the board decides what to do.
It's an amendment.
I think it needs to be an amendment to the policy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Be adequate time to address that situation. You
That's
believe?
the best guess.
Okay.
And I've talked to Vern and Lisa, and I was like, they seem to think that's reasonable. And so like to have
So you have
the
to come
staffing
back
with them.
and give us a
So
resolution.
maybe at the next, we're filling up the Wetmore meeting now, but maybe at the Wetmore meeting, let's put on the agenda consideration of a resolution to
Right.
amend the policy to do that.
X, Y, and
Then we can have a policy to vote on at that time.
No,
And then you'll
no, you would, no,
work that
that
out and send
in
it to
Yeah,
September.
one of us will, yeah.
What we're doing on, in Wetmore is to agree to extend it to have him look at it.
Yeah,
So,
we'll have a resolution to vote. I said policy, I meant resolution.
Yeah, it's a
to vote on
resolution
In Wetmore.
in Wetmore.
Yeah, it's just, it gives us, hopefully it gives us time to, one, clean up the number of hours and present some additional language that
So-
meets the needs.
I will ask the question as to who will be working on said resolution.
One of the two of us, we'll figure it out.
Okay. Just wanted to make sure, because there are times when we make a decision to do something and we don't follow up with who is going to do that. I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, we can work on it.
Okay, thank you, guys.
That's that.
Okay,
Anything?
I believe that's it for you, sir.
Well, for a little bit.
For a little bit. Thank you. You're good. Okay, next item on would be the consideration of approving accounts payable. The one that you have electronically will have in addition to that, you have a hard copy of a $900 AP that did go out. It was to HES Elevator Services. And that was for maintenance on the Wetmore elevator.
I
You
didn't
can
get
look
that.
at this one.
Oh, maybe it's over here. It's under.
Oh, did I steal it from you?
Grab it. I don't know, maybe,
Yep, that's it right there.
sorry. You had it.
Is this mine or yours?
I think it's yours.
Okay. Just make sure I'm not stealing the rest of your stuff off the table.
Although that may be mine. I don't have
I'll
it.
make a motion to approve the AP in the amount of,
355 something
let me get a total number here.
with the 900.
356. $356,402.87. Is that correct?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the AP invoices by department at a total of $356,402.87.
The motion, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor to approve the AP report in the sum of $356,402.87. Discussion.
None here, still trying to work out a better report. And Vernon and I have discussed this, and we'd like to talk to CIC about making us a custom report that has a little more detail in it than what there's.
That'd be good.
So we have it not just by general or by fund, which I
And
think is
name
important,
and amount.
but having both the invoice and the vendor would be good detail to have. And we can either get one or the other, so you have to put two reports together to get it, which is fine, but it'd be better if it was just in one, so.
Yeah, and you could clear up some of the verbiage because of the, the question I had earlier on one of those that Jim looked up and found. Okay, anything else?
No.
And I would allow public comment on that, even though you guys don't see our report. All right, seeing none. Those in favor of approving the AP report for $356,402.87, signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. That motion carries. Okay, any additional items of business?
So, I'd like to put on a future, maybe this is for July 3rd, I'll skip the June meetings. But Zoom comments about switching them off, I'd like to add that to our agenda for the July 3rd. There was a lot of comments that were made during that election integrity thing. Some of them were disparaging towards our own IT department. I don't feel like comments on Zoom meetings is any different than conversation between the public and these open meetings. So I'd like to at least discuss whether we turn those off and make those unavailable, and whether that we have the legal right to do that or not. But I'd like to put
That's discussion between the people that were online with each other, is what you're talking about.
Correct.
Because we don't have people talking in here with
Right.
each other.
Right.
I mean, it's logical.
Yes, we actually had a timely discussion about that a few days ago.
Okay. So I think we should put that on there. I'd also like to put on that one about staff reports and moving that from a BOCC meeting to a workshop other than the elected officials. Elected officials would still be that second Wednesday.
Do you want both of those as discussion or consideration?
Let's put both of them as consideration, please.
I had something.
It might be worth having a discussion about whether we need to have something as discussion or consideration on an agenda. I don't know that that's even necessary.
I don't know what it is.
The whole point is, of the agenda is to provide notice to the public about things that we're going to discuss.
Or vote on it. If you're discussing it and you decide to vote, it's
Yeah.
still legitimate.
I
You don't need to have the two, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it's exactly what I'm saying,
I agree.
and I think that it creates a confusion when
Yep.
we discuss something and someone says, well, let's
Oh,
go
we're not
ahead
gonna vote on
and
it.
make a decision here. Oh, it didn't say consideration.
That's right.
Well, the public's already on notice that you're gonna discuss.
And we've always done it.
You've met the open
We've
meeting
always
act
voted
that way.
when we had a discussion if we.
So I don't need to put that, I can just put the item that's to be addressed.
Considered.
I would prefer that you just did that, yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
I can do that, that's the way we used to do it.
that's the way we used
that.
to.
Yep. I think we're good on that then. I had something that had referred to your first workshop, when you got your workshop set up. I'm trying to remember what that was at the present time. I'll have to go back and look at my notes.
Okay.
That's how I lose
my
things.
stuff.
That's how I lose things. Okay. I won't expect you to remember mine too.
Sorry, this time I didn't.
Okay, I would open it up for public comment at this time. Sir, go ahead. Yes.
Yeah, James Gilbert. First of all, I applaud Commissioner F. to remove the staff reports from the BOCC meeting, because we don't give a fat rat's anyway, but secondly, Commissioner Day mentioned his organization of a workshop for continued discussion of the election integrity. While that is a necessary thing to do, there are certain issues that I take with it, and Commissioner Day, you're already aware of some of them. First of all, by having it as a workshop puts the position discussed of this particular aspect of election integrity at a lesser precedent than the original special meeting, which to me, if I were a layperson that didn't know what was going on, I would say, oh, the commissioners have a bias towards the original position, in that they made a special meeting to discuss one, but the other one was just a workshop to provide additional information. The second thing is that, according to what you mentioned, the discussion in this workshop would be simply a discussion of what exists now in the state of Colorado, because representatives are the head of the Colorado Clerks Association, another clerk, and someone from the Secretary of State, I assume, of Colorado.
Right.
The original special meeting provided all the propaganda with respect to national issues of concern, and the goal, as stated by individuals regarding that, is that we need to change at the local level, at the county level, in order to change national level issues. In this particular workshop, you're talking about the state of Colorado only, none of the national issues that need to be debunked again, because they all have been. So the scope of the proposed workshop leaves something to be desired, as does the emphasis on it. However, having full and complete faith in the county and state election system in this state, if the objective of this workshop is to define that and as a result, make it completely unnecessary for the county to change in any way the election process that we currently are under, save for improving security access and things like that, as opposed to junking the whole system, then that makes sense, because quite frankly, all these national issues that have been debunked over and over again regarding the election integrity do not impact us, because our elections are fine. So those are my opinions on that whole thing. I assume it's going to be broadly advertised. I assume that the county population will be fully made aware of this, I'll call it a meeting for lack of a better word, meeting/workshop, and its subject matter, and who's going to be there ahead of time. I just am concerned that the equity between the two topics is not there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And I would say, there, you got him just under the wire.
I practiced.
I will not respond to most of that, but I would say, I would comment to the fact that it is a workshop, because I don't feel that they meet the definition of meeting. And this will be a workshop with the commissioners, with the public invited. They will be taking questions from the commissioners, and we will allow public to submit questions to us, and any issues that we have that we want to address, we will be able to reach out to them beforehand so that they address that in their presentation to us. So it will be similar to the special meeting, but it will be, I don't believe it is a meeting, BOCC meeting. I believe it is a workshop, and that is why I called it as such. It will be put out there that we will have the meeting and the people that are going to be there, so that the public is aware of that and will be able to come and attend that meeting. It will also be at Lang Hall.
May I make a follow-up?
I would allow that, yes.
The only issue I would take with what you just said is the original discussion of election integrity was an official BOCC meeting, whether it should have been or not. The fact is it was. And that's where my rub is that now basically the process is going to be different in that, for instance, it sounded like you're saying we have to pre-address questions.
The commissioners can pre-address questions. We will allow questionnaires to be put out just as we did with the first meeting.
Oh, okay, so
it's
like
going to
the
be,
school board.
it'll be basically a similar, very similar process.
So that means the people attending, if they write down a question, they are essentially an invited participant for that question. per the workshop.
That question will
directives.
be presented to them, and time permitting, it will be addressed.
Yeah, the concern I have with workshops is only invited people can say something.
So
And
be
that's,
it.
that considered.
And that is,
Invitation.
one more reason it's a workshop.
To be clear, a pet peeve of mine has always been this concept of a workshop, because it is not, the word workshop appears nowhere in the Open Meetings Act.
Right.
In fact, I just did a search of all of the Colorado revised statutes, and there's no use, there's only 8 uses of that word in all of those red books up there, and none of those relate to meetings of governmental entities. It's something that somebody somewhere has made up and governments use, but no one's been able to explain to me where it comes from. And I think each government has a different definition to some degree of what a workshop is or isn't.
So I guess I would defer to you then, sir.
I'm fine with you. I'm not going to upend everything that we do because I don't like it.
No, but that brings up a very concerning point of all the workshops that we've had, where if it's a BOCC meeting, we allow the public to speak. If it's a workshop, then we have allowed it to only those who are invited by us to speak. And then what else have we violated?
You haven't violated anything.
Okay.
Because the public does not have a right to speak at a board meeting, period.
Okay.
So what I think the board has de facto done is established this workshop as a type of special meeting of the board with different rules than regular meetings of the board.
Okay.
Which the board can do.
Okay.
There is, unless there's a requirement that you have a public hearing, say on a liquor license.
Zoning or whatever.
Zoning or whatever, you don't have to let the public speak.
Okay.
You choose to do so, and it probably is a very wise decision to do that, but in a workshop, I think the board has, again, through a de facto manner, established separate rules for something that they call a workshop, which are still board meetings.
Okay.
And in light of keeping the Open Records Act adhering to the requirements, what we recently did is make sure that if 2 or more commissioners are going to be in any meeting, we announce that, because in fact, we could make a decision and it be legal, and true. So it's our decision on those meetings, whether we want to make a decision or not. We can say, well, we're just going to gather data in this one. We're not going to make an agenda that has, let's go consider X, Y, and Z, or do it during the meeting. But that's why, even when we say we're going to go to a CTSI meeting, that's why we say it, because 3 of us can go, and we may get together and say, yeah, let's go along with the district requirement. How many people want to do X, and we can vote. Not be hammered for open records violation.
Although that would also be covered under their posting of the agenda.
Well, that's what they sort of, but the advice we got, and when I guess Jennifer Creek really worked it over when we finally adopted the thing, was even if they do have an agenda that's posted by all the counties, the fact that we have our own, that our own people can see, and the commissioners are going to be gone, and they're going to go to this meeting, and they could decide to go to that meeting too if they wanted to. Open meeting.
Sorry, I didn't mean to hijack the.
No, that's fine. It's good, good discussion.
So and if we go back to, we either have regular meetings or we have special meetings. That's the only thing that one state statute.
Right.
CRS talks about.
Special meeting was something that wasn't published during the year. There's required meetings.
Yeah, we regular meetings are basically every Wednesday, with
Right.
some exceptions.
The ones we
Anything that isn't every Wednesday
is a special meeting, different.
Well, I'd be all for getting rid of workshops then and call them special meetings.
Just
That's
call
what
them
they
a meeting.
are.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what they are
That's
for
what
the
it is.
CRS.
That's true. And we can make our own rules in that particular meeting, and a lot of counties do. They have a sheet, you know, write your question down and give it to you in any meeting. We do the same thing on this, which we did.
I appreciate you bringing that up, Dan.
Thank you. Anything else?
I question on this very recent discussion. If I walk into Lang Hall next Wednesday evening, can I raise my hand, be recognized, and ask a question?
I would say probably not,
Okay.
because it will be a presentation to the Board of County Commissioners by these individuals and addressing questions that we have and any questions that might have been presented to us from the public. So if you had a question you wanted to ask, even during the meeting, it will be provided to have a sheet that you could write a question on and get to us. But your participation in said meeting will be limited.
Okay.
Okay.
And I have my public comment.
Announce your name, please.
Oh, Bill Christie for the listening audience, or anybody else.
Or anybody else.
In a previous BOCC meeting, I had an oral statement and I provided a written statement to Board Clerk Camper. And it was about employee classification for me as a former county employee. Commissioner Day indicated that needed to be a CORA request. And after my statement, Commissioner Epp approached me, said, we'll look into it. The following day, on Thursday, HR Director Smith telephoned me. I answered that phone call and we talked a little bit. And then just yesterday, again, Director Smith called me on the phone. It went to voicemail. I was not answering the phone at that time. In between those two phone calls, I received what would be the second phone call, the first being Director Smith. The voice on that phone call says, if you go forth with your CORA request, you'll be sorry. You fill in the blank with the F-bomb. That phone call came in as restricted on my caller ID. I answered the call because when my daughter calls from overseas on the telephone, it shows restricted. So the call comes in, Bill Christie, if you go forth with your CORA request, you'll be sorry, F-bomb. So with that, I am not filing an official CORA request for my circumstance. I am too old to tolerate this county's lunatic fringe. Thank you.
I would ask, you have been in contact with Mr. Smith, correct, on that situation?
Not on my recent statement just now. I was speaking
on your original request about your employment status and how you were listed, correct?
Yes, he has done some work ahead of my official signing of a CORA request.
If the situation is being worked out already, then that is fine. The request for information, if you were requesting the things that you were requesting at the previous meeting, would have required a CORA request. If you are working with the HR department to get that straightened out, I don't see a need for a CORA request for you to work with him and do that, but to request that particular information that you were asking for would have been a CORA request.
Okay, well, I am not submitting a CORA request.
All right, so I'm assuming that you are still willing to work with him. moving forward or whatever. Okay.
Boston Human Resources Director, so your request is done. Some of the documents you requested are within that list. There were documents found that fit into that. Part of what you read, let off some questions on who, where, when, and why. So unfortunately, that's outside the scope of court. And so I can't provide a document in relationship to a question, so I can't give you those just because
They don't
they
exist.
don't exist, so, and I just kind of alluded to that. But there are some. So I'm willing to work with you and provide what I can, and certainly don't think it's appropriate for someone to be threatened because they took their rights available under Colorado statute, so that's my professional opinion. But to the extent that I can, I'm willing to work with you to help get the information you want.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So let me ask a couple of questions here, because I'm confused, generally speaking. That restricted call, are you assuming it came from a county employee?
I'm not assuming anything.
See, here's the deal. We got a department, an HR department, so do many other government organizations. And then a former employee from Air Force or whether state or whatever can go to that HR department and ask for his own records without a court request. It's his information. And that's up to.
From your employee file.
Right, that's my point, and that's what he's asking for. Well, how was he classified? That shouldn't need us to get together and decide to give it to him.
Some of the documents, as I recall, which you requested, are outside of what is commonly classified as a personal file. And so.
And if that's the case, you can't,
Right.
but that's up to you to decide what you can and can't get rid of.
The documents that by statute are classified as personnel file, yeah, you can, those are fine. I don't have an issue for a court. You can request some of the documents you requested don't fit within the scope of your wanting emails or documents pertaining to certain actions between anybody and agendas and things like that, and those are not personnel, located in personnel file. So those would fall within core requirements, but if there's any documents behind, I have to go work at the request to see if any of those are within the scope of a personnel file. You can have those, as it's called a person of interest, the term they use, as a person of interest, specifically your personal file. You can have those.
So I call it jacket. I mean, military terminology, it's my jacket.
Yeah, your personal file,
Yeah, personnel file.
Yeah, those documents, there's anything in there, I don't recall. Because you're the person of interest, in this case, for that, you're welcome down, I'll have follow that.
Yeah. You have more questions?
So that was just clarified, so.
Okay.
Because Bob's got to feel comfortable, he can answer any other employee that comes in here looking for his record, doesn't have to go through us or get a court request.
Okay. Any other public comment?
I'll raise my hand, but I'm sure you won't let me talk.
Probably not.
3 times in a row.
That is 3.
I just had something to contribute to this discussion,
Well, thank you. Yeah, you can contribute it later. How's that sound?
but, okay.
Thank you,
Give
sir.
it to him
I
outside.
appreciate that. That being the case, I would move at this time that we recess this BOCC meeting and move into executive session for personnel matter per 24-6-402 per N 4 per N F of the CRS regarding the Public Health Department. Do I have a second?
I'll second it. Excuse me.
Okay, I have a motion on the
Catch it.
floor to recess this meeting and move into executive session for a personnel matter as stated. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The motion carries. I will recess this meeting at 12:41 PM.
Looks like we're back on, maybe. The red light's off.
Okay, I believe we're on.
Are we back on regular?
We are on a regular session right now,
Okay,
so
hold on.
as soon as you're ready. Who is it, this first one?
Now we're back on.
The time is now 2:33 PM, and just give me a second. The executive session has been concluded. The participants in that executive session were myself, Commissioner Kanda, Commissioner Epp, Clerk to the Board Kelly Camper, County Attorney Dan Slater, HR Director Robert Smith, Public Health Director Clifford Brown, and the County Sheriff Rich Smith. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of the matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record.
None for me, sir.
Okay.
And here.
Hearing none then. I would, at this time, move that we go back into executive session for a personnel matter per 24-6-402 paren 4 paren F CRS regarding the Public Health Department.
I'll second.
I have a second on the motion. Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. The motion carries. So at this time, 2:35 PM, I will recess this BOCC meeting and we will go back into executive session.
Okay, I'm gonna bring up one thing.
yeah, even on application.
Okay, you up and running, Cal? Okay, the time is now 3:08 PM, and the executive session has been concluded. The participants in this session were myself, Mr. Kanda, Commissioner Epp, Clerk of the Board Kelly Camper, HR Director Robert Smith, and County Attorney Dan Slater. For the record, if any person who participated in the executive session believes that any substantial discussion of any matters not included in the motion to go into executive session occurred during the executive session, or that any improper action occurred during the executive session in violation of the open meetings law, I would ask that you state your concerns for the record. Okay. We will go back to our agenda. We have no more additional items on the agenda. Any additional business?
And for me,
I don't believe so.
That being the case, this BOCC meeting will